As we are once again live upon the internet, and a little bit late to do so, but better late than never. And yeah, let's make sure everything is set up correctly. I haven't accidentally put in Division 1, as we've been over there for quite a while as the category. No, everything looks fine with bit rates going everywhere, and so does my audio looking fine. Yeah, let's jump in. And as the title says, let's go grind some season XP. Last little bit of the event is still available. And I wouldn't mind actually getting a little bit higher up in the... Detected. Although this character or this account as well then now is honestly in the range where, as we'll have how much more actually, how many more weeks of manhunt do we have? So 5 to 11, so 7. That's 14 levels there already, and then well, it's basically, yeah, so we have 7 weeks at the very least. Each week was going to be 5 levels with the scouts plus 3 SHE requisition, so yeah, that's 35, so we're already there. But yeah, quite soundly, might as well actually get this a little bit further. Also, actually, this account, I'm doing the journey just normally, basically, so I didn't cheese it at the range specifically, and we're slowly getting through. Actually, it's not that hard, especially since they changed a few things, like the maintains. Although actually I haven't gotten one maintain tier 4 for 180 seconds, but then also like I don't have Reaper scan yet, I don't have microwave calls yet, so those like later on we'll get done. But actually on this one, because also yeah, once I have Reaper scan, like the blacklist enemy here will be pretty easy. Have I actually done everything? Okay, so I haven't done title ones. Maybe actually if Stronghold comes up and we got title, we're gonna do title and get this as well. Because yeah, doing these as well adds a decent amount of rewards into the season XP. Actually, I'm pretty close to getting these two, so that'll finish this journey. Yeah, because we don't need these two. Because this would take much longer. But yeah, actually, I see I'm like 9 away there and 16 away there. And then the Vendetta ones come into play. These ones will be annoying. And some aggressive drone, Reaper scan. Some bad sneeze, except of course. There it goes. Didn't want to come out. Yeah, once we have Reaper scan, Reaper, what's that? Reaper scan. These blacklists will be much more easy, so we get that with when we complete this one, so that's within reach. But then it is also, yeah, this one's pretty easy. This one will be, I don't know, this has to be with the drone itself, right? We'll just put a drone on something 6th tier. Sounds like something that actually is going to be much easier on hard. But yeah, let's go get this for first done, as we're kind of close to it, and I'm going to do so while doing objective is the priority. Actually, I already have a federal emergency bunker. Sounds good. Oh, it's invaded as well. Let's go do that. We're just going to do a bunch of priority objectives, and actually, if we reach a recent decently high number, I might actually also swap to account 3 and do a little bit of the same. Get them maybe all the way done. They're already, I think, like on like 70 or something. I did the journey on account 3 on at the range. But I actually haven't saved the journey for this season XP moment. I've got a ton of, yeah, I've got 42 levels. Wow. This week was here and there this afternoon as well. Played like for an hour and a half
and the digital forensic team to dig through the old Shade network hub.
Here,
we have to shut them down.
And they do so. How it go? Anyway, welcome Brando. And thanks for the blessings. Should have taken maybe a few directives there because fog of war and stuff. For this mission doesn't really matter.
Target took a hit. Advancing on target.
It's funny to be back in Div 2 and it feels it's almost as if like, yeah, if there's like weights removed basically.
Neutralize anything removed.
It's like that, you know, some rock climbers and stuff like that, sometimes they wear, while training, extra weights basically on their torso. Kind of feels like that. Just everything feels a little lighter being back in Div 2. Movement feels, you know, the way I'm used to it at the very least, and definitely say less clunky. I definitely enjoy my time in Div 1 as well. And yeah, actually I need to log into it and get the tier 2 reward that I likely did get. I can't imagine that, yeah, the tier 2 would have gone up way higher and we didn't get that.
Clear the area outside the bunker.
Because I definitely didn't get tier 3 because that like ended up being... I wonder what the end number will be, but yeah, I was already on like 16,000, which is a lot. It feels good to be back to running a tech tank. My brain is still kind of adjusting to, oh yeah, I can just put the shield away and put it back out. So I'm keeping the shield up way too long there. Way more than is needed. Oh yeah, not everything is exploding. Although tomorrow SHD Expose of course starts in Div 2. And it looks like I can actually stream in the afternoon. I'll likely stream in the afternoon and kind of get my bearings with SHD Exposed. And then likely in the evening we'll record the only tips for it and get that ready for going up on Wednesday, which is a day too early, but I'd rather release it on Wednesday. I think it would be, you know, a little bit more useful to people. I'm surprised it didn't catch my field there. Should actually check what modifiers I have on. So maybe might be something. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Oh, but I don't have anything else, right? I have like momentum search here, but yeah, none of this would work. Oh, I need to actually overdrive. Like, forgetting to do the thing I need to do. It's annoying as well, just that this priority objective just taking over every time. I just want to track this. Like, if this is just in that corner, that'll remind me. But it's too much to ask, of course. And hey there, Mambu. And Heather Penny as well. Just found out about you a couple minutes ago. It's your friend that shared the build collection. I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much for the kind words there. And yeah, welcome in, and I'm glad you like it. Actually, today as well, the original title I had set up, because I already knew I was going to be kind of late back from work. Although just I just need to go and check up. It was a little bit later than I wanted there as well. But I just set up to like, write a guide, but then I was just like, eh. Not feeling it right now. Let's not. Yeah, we need to actually work on a few guides as well.
All set.
I'll say, and somewhere in this week, and I'm kind of just also kind of keep saying it just for myself as well, to force myself to kind of do it. Because I've been meaning to for forever, and I just kind of, you know, we haven't had. I wanted to first get a bunch of other stuff done, but yeah, we're gonna jump into some conflicts once we have the SHT exposed, the video kind of in the bag.
System disrupted.
Yeah, I haven't conflicted in like forever. And this fight always very much
System
sucks.
reactivated.
But I think I got everybody upstairs. It's very much one of those rooms where an eclipse can make it so much easier. Because they get everything upstairs pretty much. Because also usually even in group setting it's all like elites and stuff spawn downstairs, upstairs is all red. Yeah, invaded version, almost forgot. There's a key chest here to get. There isn't a crate there, but just a resource, man. Let's get because then as well, the next video after this issue exposed will be the striker one, also buying me some time to get that.
Watch your lines of
A
fire.
ton of calculations ready for that one. That one's gonna be calculation heavy.
System malfunctioning.
Turn around, not a single term collection, but they definitely look useful and insertion of more. Yeah.
System.
Also, in the collection, you may have seen there's the recommended build list. Yeah, that one's there for exactly that purpose. Even if you don't know what what it all means, because yeah, the build collection can be a little daunting if you don't know. Because they're not guides; they're just that's just the picture of the build. But yeah, in the recommended build list, you can find find a little bit of text explaining as well, kind of which ones are. There's also not everything in the collection is recommended, because some of it is just silly stuff.
Shield spotted. Done for.
Some of it is like really silly stuff. You're like the 511 build. But those are there for fun. It's gonna kill that thing. It's gonna stay around forever, guys. Oh yeah, overdrive. Save it for the next round.
Hostile shield carrier.
That's heavy already. This is the last thing.
Go.
Did you go for the quick kill here? Oh, Frenzy saved him. Broke his back instead. That wasn't the quick kill. He has a hole behind the where his healing pack is basically. But yeah, Frenzy there, just barely managing to save him. And I hate to save. Ooh. And hey, Denison. As well, then does it really matter if a build is outdated by a couple of months or not? Nothing in the collection is per se outdated. Like if it's outdated, it doesn't stay in there. Well, actually there are some that are outdated, but they're called the X builds at the end. Like all of there's a structure to the collection basically, and the ones that start with the numbers, those are current builds. But yeah, you just sort them by name basically, and then that will mean that. I'm not sure if you sort by date modified. Yeah, everything at the very least. Last season we gave all of the main builds once over. Oh yeah, overdrive. So it's an overdrive build. Actually, despawn.
Download complete.
Oh, yeah, one of those spammers
They've been
showing up
correlating our
again.
data with their own.
Although their
Dump
message
plans
didn't
on all the
show up
factions in
there.
the city. They're really moving fast on this.
But I guess somebody in the category is buying viewers again. That's usually when they show up. And in general though as well, for instance, also with the video, so not the start of this season, but last season we had big changes to weapons. So some of the weapon picks kind of changed. But gear wise, yeah, not much has changed in the last like 8 months.
System disrupted.
And then these warhounds have a hole basically back there. So if you can shoot them in the
System
bum.
reactivated.
Shoot them in the bum.
System
We're
malfunctioning.
gonna get some heavies here as well in a second. And if you can't shoot them in the bum, shoot them in the legs.
System restored.
Say good night.
Oh. I say that and then I body shot this guy. There's so much bonus armor there. It's gonna take him a while to get through me.
System reactivated.
Let's see if we get the speedrun strat here. We do. Yay. Skipping a whole ladder.
They're gonna be our tool. Weaken that thing.
I like being back on a tech tank, just being hyper aggressive. And hater man, Manly Stanley. When do you expect the Striker chest video to come out? Although, well, it's not per se Striker chest, it's about just talents on Striker. It's mostly as well just to kind of discuss the backpack, as there's a lot of bad info around the backpack nowadays. But also kind of to highlight a few,
Electronic device detected.
you know, what the difference is. Because honestly, I feel Spotter is kind of also being left out of that conversation a little bit too much. I'm just gonna overdrive here.
Watch out.
Weapons
Because
free.
with Obliterate now to 20, there's actually a good case to be made as well for Spotter. That case would be better back when Flatline was like a top pick, talent-wise. it's still not a bad pick. Well, as well, yeah, just highlighting as well glass, and then also focus, because focus also kind of forgotten in the conversation. That's gonna be, so not the next one, but the one after that. So that would mean, I kind of follow schedule. So
based on the intel you found earlier. Well, this is a good find.
Let me give the
Knowing our
actual
enemies'
answer.
intentions
So,
will help us defend against them.
23rd was this last one. So 23rd, 24th, 25th will be short. 26th, 27 will be, well, 26th actually will be the SHT exposed, but that would normally be 27. So 28, 29 is short again, and then 30. So 31st of March. And then likely the day after as well, we'll do a video. I might actually move that one then up a day to the 30th, just so we can do the April Fool's video on the 31st. Or on the
Well
1st.
done. You said the intel you found to
But
all
like
our
early
allies.
on the 1st. Just to give it a little bit of a gap. Especially solo is that killer resistance. Oh yeah. But in group settings it doesn't. Although yeah, it's more like chest and backpack as well there. But if Spotter would have had actually a resurgence, I feel if Killer and Measure didn't get as big of a bump as they did. But they did. But it's still something to discuss. But it's also, yeah, definitely about the backpack, because so many people are just going like, oh, if you just take the like the multiplier of the backpack, it's 15%. Yeah, no, except there's also a coyote in that conversation. There's also the talent you're replacing it with, because everybody keeps going like, oh yeah, you just put vigilance there, and then people go like, but vigilance drops away. Oh, then you put unstoppable force there, and it's just like, but now that didn't solve that issue. That's now, now you have to get 5 kills to get to 25%. So it's just and there's also some people are going like, this is still the best. This is the best in slot. The thing is, none of the 3 is best in slot. It's just striker backpack, vigilance backpack, or unstoppable force backpack. Kind of all 3 you could make a case for, and that's why we use meta as a term.
Let's go
It's
change
all
that.
3 are meta. But actually, as well, I would say if you're running obliterate on the chest, that vigilance and unstoppable force aren't meta.
Priority objective available.
It's only really if you're running sacrifice plus gift, kind of, or like you can't run obliterate basically. Second you run obliterate, it makes too little sense. And either enders as well. Speaking of the data, he's ever done. I saw some of them were added into Trev some time ago and thought they were outdated. Well, there are some that are outdated. So there is the X, the ones that start with X as their number. Let me actually bring up the collection for a second. That's not a good way. Where did I go? This. So if you like sort it by name, and also yeah, you can make it like big thingies, then you can see the pictures as well. But yeah, there's a whole section at the end with all of these X builds. So starting with like X and then dot. Well, those are older builds, but they're still in the collection just because they're like interesting ideas. So they're more there to get some inspiration from, but they are definitely, yeah, they would definitely be called outdated because they haven't been updated sometimes to with weapon choices and stuff like that. Like they still have the old, even like the big thingies there. So, but even those are like, if a build totally doesn't work anymore, it's not staying in the collection at all. Even in those X builds, we just throw away if it's actually completely no longer a thing. I'm gonna go for this open world one. I can also use some exotic components. Also, these are fast. Although, yeah, if we're going for season levels, although we're kind of half going season levels, half going journey. So wait, how? Okay, I should trigger. Should remember to trigger overdrive. I forgot what the other. White House and White House. I'm gonna go for that one. He sent it live and he did 27 seconds and I mean, dying a bunch doesn't make you. I mean, I've definitely had that here and there as well, where you just die and then you get frustrated that you died, so you play poorly and then you die again, and then you're like, I have to redeem myself, so you try to like play well and then you play badly because you're trying to play well instead of just playing. But yeah. Is there a way to tell which of your recommended builds are PvP based or PvE based? Well, that one's easier. Everything's PvE based. I'm not much of a PvPer, so. But actually, so yeah. As you may have caught at the start of the stream, just to also remind myself somewhat, just yeah. Next week we're gonna, or well, start next week being the week in Division starts on Tuesday. So next week, starting tomorrow, basically. First, we'll get a little bit of the SHD exposed kind of stuff in and just kind of get my bearings so I can also in the evening make the video. And then actually, yeah, the rest of that week, my plans are not so much to play much of SHD exposed, although I'll dabble here and there, but gonna try to get back into conflict, which is the PvP mode. If you are interested in PvP, there is there's actually a somewhat similar kind of thing. A link might be easier, so I'll put just the link to the Discord in bottom because I don't have the link by the ready. But then also you can find other stuff there. In the resources tab in the Discord, there's actually Elite Pandas and Party Reflexes kind of PvP guide. That has a bunch of builds. That has a bunch of builds that are kind of going over that basically. Or it's a guide basically going into some PvP builds. And I'm gonna pick up that bounty. And we got ourselves a partridge there. I mean, yeah, neither of these, but I wonder actually if doing a bunch of activities is gonna be faster than a mission. Because also if I can do like 6 or 7 in the time it takes a 10-minute mission. Because also these give some completion. It's about the same then basically, right? I think it's also like a mission. Although is Invaded different? Is Invaded more than just the mission? No, 564, 580. Oh, it's different per mission. I didn't actually even realize that. 628, okay. Why is it just so random? I feel like these two are basically the same length. What's the somewhat longer mission? Space Admin? Maybe they have based it on 609. Yeah, why would Space Admin be less than Jefferson Plaza, for instance? I feel Space Admin is a much longer mission. Strongholds more? 720? 744? Alright. And actually noticed that I thought it was just the same for all missions because all the activities are well, the same activities are the same, right? Yeah. Okay. Doesn't matter what faction and stuff. Last again, what was it? Ismo. Ismo. I shall go for that Ismo. Been trying to get the chest with the bloodheads. They have to find this thing.
Hostiles
Yeah,
guarding
it's
location
one of
nearby.
those, you know, especially chests and backpacks will always be the harder pieces to get always. Just because they have an extra thing, the talent. But also, yeah, if you get something close enough. Because at the end of the day, one of the core principles is also like, you can't run what you don't have. So run the best you have so far, and yeah. It's definitely not impossible to. I'm gonna guess it's likely a chest, likely. That usually is the case. I know those aren't impossible to get, but yeah, sometimes it can take a while.
Incoming hostiles detected.
One of the things actually that I've kind of mellowed on is for especially newer players, if you really just need.
Access key detected.
You know, to get it done as well. You can, because Grupo chests are craftable. So you could also try crafting a few group. Although a new player might not have that blueprint because you need to get that blueprint from random sources, and also you need to have the crafting components for that and stuff. But you could always see if you can craft a few of them, because you usually can craft like 5-6 of them, and then see if maybe you get lucky with a Grupo chest, and then that'll hold you over till you find. Because it's yeah, it's no longer as big of a loss as it used to be. No, what this is. Sure. Well, nice. What I can do. Oh, thank you is opening. And yeah, I'm not much for extreme theatrics. But I sometimes also don't mind them. Sometimes it's good to make some laughs happen, but I'm not here to yell. I'll leave that to others. Judiciary. Oh, that's a statue. That's a statue back here, isn't it? Oh, was like that image did not kind of fit Judiciary Square. Let's go for that. I actually wonder if the open world is maybe about as fast, kind of like a mission. Although yeah, if we get strongholds, I might actually pick them, and then maybe if we get title, that'll also get that journey one. Also, overdrive. That's the whole point. I keep forgetting.
The hyena leadership in one
I
decisive
had set the
blow.
mission, so
Get in there
we're not
and
doing the
hunt them
mission.
down.
We're going for that.
Every last one of them.
Is this thing still here?
Civilians in danger.
It's not here, is it? It's here. Yeah. There's a little bit of a gap here that they forgot about. So yeah, we can just go through this wall. And be on the inside. Turns out this world is also a simulation. Who knew? What's between the blizzard with Elmo versus
Got any last words?
Well, actually, mainly for the if you're mostly looking for in between talents, because yeah, that comparison already kind of I have that one already.
Location.
Just the on build striker on build kind of differences. Because yeah, those have been updated already. They're in the. Actually, yeah, yesterday's video was kind of bad, but they're already in the DPS tables thing.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
So the video we're gonna do is basically mostly about just chest and backpack talent, and then a little bit about interacting with other stuff, but not much interaction happens there because yeah, you don't get crit or something. So it's more like yeah, measured gets impacted by the total weapon damage. Well, that's one I will kind of talk about, but most of it is just yeah, chest and back talents especially. Yeah, because I do. Actually, I can put it in the chat there as well. I'll put in both chats actually. Because in that link, also just I'm gonna use that to get me to where I need to go. So I didn't have that open, that tab. Keep going to the wrong one. We've been in Division 1 too much. But yeah, for instance, on this one, on this this AR striker, that has exactly that information, like what the difference is between then weapons and then yeah, talents. But then comparing a single weapon kind of between the talents. Actually, I was kind of looking at these as well. There is one addition I want to make to these. I'm gonna likely add a tab in and then just pick one weapon, likely for instance for ARs like Lexington, and just do a short list with just the talents. So we basically delete every other row except for the Lexington rows and then just compare between those basically. Just to make it a little clearer what the differences are between.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Well, the thing is always as well, I have like 1,000 ideas. Well, actually, let me write that one down because I'm gonna forget. Because I was kind of thinking about that today while watching, while double checking that video. Actually, well, yesterday actually.
Priority objective available.
In single weapon table on build. Let's come here. Yeah, this goes there.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Not enough explosions here. I missed the explosions on the one already. Anyway, let's keep bashing our heads against this. Well, actually, so we've done a few levels already. Because I grabbed all. So we're done. So how many are left? Not that many actually. And on this account I do have the season pass. So yeah, let's. We do have a skip still available. They should actually show that here. That you still like that and its timer basically. I'm surprised I haven't yet. Although e-credits I don't really care about. Title? Yeah, let's go to title because title is also here. So I'll get that one then as well. Also, we just need 3 more enemies while thingy is on cooldown, and then we get Reaper Scan, which will help quite a bit. This might be, or well, I should get that in the starting area and title. So we get that, but then we'll likely have to set up after a little. Also, it turned out on the main tables. Go back to this. On the main tables, I actually made a mistake. Didn't carry over into the other one. At the first site, actually, with the base of the wrong base, basically. I did with the military AKM base instead of the military / black market instead of just the AKM. So somebody pointed at that. I got that fixed. Yeah, that was a silly mistake to make, but we got it fixed then. Actually, you know what? I don't care about the normal
We
XP.
need to retrieve the antivirals before Black Tusk can move them somewhere safer. Head down into the sinkhole.
We're just
and
here
locate
for
the
season
maintenance pump
XP
group.
and journey
We rigged
parts.
explosives there that should get you inside the perimeter once you detonate them.
3 kills after overclock is on cooldown, and then we have that journey step done. Also, that will give me 5 levels as well, actually. Totally forgot. At least with the double. Oh.
Okay, now find the detonator.
I was standing around for too
Explosives
long,
cause
and
a
my
hidden
mental
opening just
charges
inside the wall of the base.
are no longer existent. I was actually I should just at the edge of it. Also, it makes no sense there that we see sunlight on the other side, right? Like, how does that exactly
System
happen?
disrupted.
Because wasn't it before the explosion underground? That's kind of how what it
System
looks
back online.
like. Let's have a peek. Or was this wall just here? Because, yeah, why would they have this? Like, there's this, and then there's a wall down here, and they've, like... Although that explosion as well wouldn't be enough to, like, explode all this, right? None of this makes sense. Literally unplayable. Like, why would you build your wall on top of a spot that almost is, like, caved in already?
They're coming up on the flank. Reposition.
Because that doesn't seem safe. Oh, yeah, over there. He's alive. And this is actually, although you can do this from the other side as well, but this is a place you can actually very easily do that. The shield one on 7.
Rogue agent detected.
Game didn't really need rogue agents here. I could swap to PFE, but also it's not needed. Come on over. It will actually be quite a bit more chunky just because they are... Well, that one was frenzied. But yeah, unless they get me with a skill,
Rogue agent eliminated.
we can just bum rush him like that. Where's the shot always at? Because I'm gonna blow up the yellow box from all the way back there so I can...
Look for a terminal that you can patch
Upstairs.
Isaac into.
Get the key chest.
Enemy transmission intercepted.
Journey mission complete.
This is Wyvern. Prep the helos. We need to get these antivirals out of here. The division is inside the compound.
You need to make sure none of those birds get airborne.
So actually get the completion there,
What that unlocks.
and then also
Keep an eye
Reaper
out.
scan. Because then as well, we'll get a ton of those blacklists, but also we need a ton here. Do we need a ton here as well, actually? No. But yay. And journey is actually not that hard to do. It's definitely less hard than last season. Like, I've just been playing this account almost like just here and there a little bit. We're already on 6. So yeah, we do need Reaper scan. We Good have aggressive. No. Yeah, I don't want to give up my officer. This will happen. This will happen. This will happen. This we can make happen, and then yeah. We'll grab Vendetta. I just don't have a way of skill killing, but then I'll just take the damage. I totally remember how this game works. So let's take Reaper scan. This can go to critical. Recovery. Oh no, I have it. But yeah, the overdrive is so nice though. It's kind of annoying to not have it. Love another is such a faster cooldown that you have to remember to just use it a lot, which
The containers are ready for pickup. What's
I
the
don't.
status on those helos?
I just keep forgetting.
We're working on it.
It's easier.
Copy that.
Find a way to keep those helicopters grounded.
There's a hit. Here we go. Copy. Down. Repeat. Operator down. Target right here.
Stacks up, and I am completely ignoring the choppers. You don't need to. There is no timer to them or anything. And also, actually, if you don't, you split it up into 2 fights here. Actually, gonna kill this guy with a pistol. Maybe we do get those 70 pistol kills.
I need new.
But actually, I need to shoot him in the head to get them to repulse. There we go. Can't see shit.
That's one less division agent. Drone going out.
Damage yourself with that.
Operator down.
On the skill ones, I'll just take the hit because I don't. Actually, I could put on a drone just to. Okay, we'll get them done just by that happening. That frenzied.
Spare me another match.
Oh, I should know that. Heavy isn't frenzied. It's just this. He's still. The other guy hit pretty hard. Frenzied enemies are actually a danger. And now we blow these up and you just blow up the things. You don't need to shoot the chopper, you just do those.
Got him. Target close.
This thing always with randoms here. The second you kind of come in here, they just blow up all the choppers. There's no.
Sounds like you're
There's
gonna
no
need all the
hurry.
help you can get. The support team is standing by, but you'll need to figure out a way to get them through the main gate.
It's also not like that there's a need for that
How the fuck did that happen?
extra heal basically by
This
just
situation
getting out
needs
of
to get
combat,
locked
but
down.
you might as well.
Now. See to it personally. Copy that.
Yeah. I'll likely have some stash toy. So using the Lexington, it's good enough. It did get a nerf, but also, as in the video it says, the Lexington is still the Lexington. It got a tiny nerf. There is no reason to get rid of the Lexington at all. It is still the top high-end AAR. Because even beyond just damage, the next up contender basically, and yeah, basically the pick as well for. If you don't have the Lexington, which is kind of was actually a pack, but yeah, FAMAS is second place, but FAMAS F2000, actually, FAMAS Fall, CTAR F2000, kind of also in that order.
We're pinned down by turrets at the main gate. Find a way to disable them.
Are all behind the Lexington, but then also, like, they all actually, the Fall is kind of on par with handling, but then loses, you know, RPM for the function of this. Yeah, no worries.
We've been compromised. Reinforce
But yeah,
the
just to
main
make it
sector.
clear. Actually, I'm not saying. It's only really the only weapon to kind of maybe consider trading in is well, actually, so I was looking back at it and rewatching it, and I totally in the SMG section. So we kind of talk about it in like the going through the main file about the Dark Winter. But then actually I don't talk about it in the talents part one, but the Dark Winter is now basically, I would pick attack vector with killer over its overall. But they're still pretty close. Like, it's not one of those things that, you know, you have to now have that. No, it's more if you're min-maxing. The min-max was leaning towards stop shooting my dude. The Dark Winter definitely last season, and that leans the other way. And actually what you mostly get is a little bit more damage when killer isn't active, because they're pretty close to each other when killer is active. It's kind of build dependent how much crit you have and stuff. Because actually with low enough crits, the Dark Winter still can win.
Shoot him.
It's maybe in like a PFE build or something. But that's only really when it's active, and then because they're kind of on par, that means that, yeah, when it isn't active, the Dark Winter's kind of a decent chunk behind.
Firing on target. Weapons free. Weapons free. I shot one.
System malfunctioning.
I'm ready to open the gate as soon as the area is secure.
Oh, the area is
Now
secure.
locate those antivirals. As soon as you retrieve them, send up a flare to signal the support team. We'll stand by here and cover your ass.
The speed is kind of nice for these parts.
System.
And yeah,
Okay, listen up.
it's a night and day
Plan B.
difference
We'll
in how
transport the
much
antivirals by hovercraft. I want these cylinders on separate vessels.
how much momentum I'm getting just going
Intercept those cylinders.
even to
Can't let
having
Black Tusk get away with a
critical
single
momentum
sample.
and now having Reaper scan on top. And yeah, I should be triggering Vendetta more. We'll likely need to get that 100 marked enemies. That's gonna take a bit. Because I now realized that that's a Jimmy meme I see there. Or is that just the actual VB long necks? The meme on those.
Cold storage device detected.
That's got to be the antivirals.
Ammo took a hit.
I wonder actually if a frenzied enemy makes that minigun shoot faster. Because yeah, we would kind of need side by side on the same build with the same
We're bringing
setting,
the cylinder on
kind of.
board now.
Enemy spotted. Keep them away from the edge.
And actually, that Vendetta one won't be too hard, I think. Well, the general one. It's more the specific one that's gonna settle on. We get some shock rounds in there. Actually, let's put some in the pistol too for when we get Vendetta pistol marks.
Additional code storage device detected nearby.
Get that second antiviral cylinder. The support team will secure the first cylinder in the meantime.
Sounds weird. Oh, is it just based on the normal
Hostiles captured
version
one
one?
of the cylinders. They're trying to intercept the other one.
Hold the bridge and protect that cylinder.
I'm right with you.
Yeah, there's like this one. I think it's actually from. Is it from its commercial or something? That one kind of. I just know it from that one especially as well. But then there was this
Requesting support fire.
a streamer
We
that
got
used
hostiles
it
on the bridge.
as a
Request
voice
denied.
or like as
Those
a
antivirals.
Copy that.
like donation thing for a while.
Solid hit.
This is Thunderbird.
I think it's a documentary, or was a documentary about,
Negative,
or
Thunderbird.
like a
They'll tear you to
documentary
pieces.
style thing about that one Australian race. I always forget what. I was about to say Pikes Peak, but that's not it. What's that thing? The mountain thing? Oh, well, it's not a mountain, but it goes up a hill.
System curtailed. System restored.
Okay, I'm now curious what that was.
Sample secured. Prepare to exfil.
Australian race track.
Portable canister detected
Pretty sure it's
nearby.
going on. Why doesn't it just? Is it not Albert Park? Of course. How's this thing not coming up? Isn't it like, what was it always? It was always with like Fords versus Holdens or something. Was it Holden? Halden? Something like that. Eh. Hello. Or is it just, is that not in Australia? Is it somewhere else? And I'm just completely... Bathurst. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Indeed, the V8 races in the. I haven't actually watched those in like forever. I used to be. I used to do a little bit of. I enjoyed car games quite a bit, even though I actually don't drive myself and actually don't want a car in my real life, which is kind of weird. Although that's also kind of the relationship I have with guns. I kind of know a bunch of things about guns, but yeah, I'm never planning on actually owning one or anything.
Get on board that hovercraft.
Just because
and
it's
secure
cool
the rest
tech.
of the antivirals. The support team will protect the cylinders.
Oh, we're gonna get the slide, of course, here.
Hostile civilian target.
I'll let you fix that. It'll be a short slide, but I do like how they slide down that. It's a very low poly version because that's this thing. It's also weird that like this is the only building that is kind of like a. Actually, is it? I think it's or like it's the only building out of bounds, right? Or there was like a building, or there's like a few buildings here that are out of bounds technically, but they're kind of half in bounds. I've always wondered if they kind of intended that to be maybe some future thing or something that we go around there. Watching that race. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the. Is it this? Don't spot me.
If you're a fucking fair dinkum fucking full-grown Aussie.
Oh yeah, there we go. This guy became a meme.
If you're a fucking fair dinkum fucking full-grown Aussie, this is what you'd have for breakfast, you fucking dog cunts. A fucking VB long neck at 20 to 8 in the fucking morning. Get that up, yeah.
Yeah. Australia, ladies and gentlemen. Not the danger. It's not just dangerous animals. Oh, and thanks so much there, WB. I'm sorry, I was kind of distracted with our Bathurst search and our VB Longneck search. Missed the sub there, but yeah, thank you very much for subbing there, and as always, much appreciated. We'll be sure to waste that as well next week, whatever apparel thing they put out.
They're coming up the flank.
And thank you so much for liking my content enough to waste some money this way. And hey there, Ninja. Yeah. But there's this like one sim racer streamer that kind of like used that clip in like forever. So I'm like, okay. It's easy to forget that then it's sometimes also actual real product, of course.
Can't see anything from here.
Because sometimes you have a way long neck at 20 to 8 in the morning. Yeah. Let's go do the boss fight.
Get those rocket launchers Silencer's
Here we are.
cracked.
Talk to me,
Vendettas.
Wyvern.
More
What are you
vendettas.
I'm gonna blow up the motherfucking
I need to just put a
lighthouse.
Are you out of
post
your
it over my
goddamn
screen
mind?
of just like
We need to cripple
vendetta.
these assholes. So that's what
Press
I'm gonna
T
do.
for vendetta.
Christ, she's insane. Agent,
Sure,
do
we're
whatever
gonna
you
do
can
one
to
here.
prevent the launch of those rockets.
I got him.
Actually, the kill shot on the Mitsubishi pistol, man. Might as well do all of them. Because also, yeah, it's a short duration
Rocket
or short.
launchers are loaded.
Yeah,
God
duration
damn it,
plus
Wyvern.
cooldown.
Stand down.
Negative, sir. I refuse.
Anyway. Our dear friend Wyvern is still batshit insane. I feel like this boss fight always. This is especially in groups. In the past, this used to. You know, nowadays we have a lot of better optimized gear and stuff, and we have strikers and such. It does a lot more damage than old builds with.
Disappointed.
Like in seasons 1, 2, and 3 and stuff, this was actually. This was a
Target locked. Initiating launch sequence.
boss fight where, yeah, especially matchmade and stuff, this could go.
This is not a drill. We need
Bad
to evacuate the building right now. Repeat, this is not a drill.
Can't take much more of this.
But yeah, nowadays with
Man down right here.
modern builds and stuff, I'm gonna blow up these two, leaving one. This way as well. We get out of combat.
A lot of people
We
are
get
gonna
to
die.
go
And
get
one of
set
them is
up.
gonna be me.
Start. Because there as well, I could have even gone and gotten ammo, but I'm actually good on ammo.
Ready for contact.
Oh, I got a heavy solo? Shows how long ago the last time was that I did this solo.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
It's the far one now, that's good.
Dead asshole.
Reassessing the build.
One of ours here.
I'm gonna remember killing you. It's been a while since I could say that about anyone.
I'm not gonna remember killing
Come
you
to
though.
save the day, huh? But you're a real goddamn
Done it
hero.
a few times.
Enough small talk.
Spotted them.
I hit him. Seal.
And she guy's immune for bits, so. Just gotta watch out for her grenade launcher because that thing hurts.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
Oh, nice.
Got contact with the shield.
We'll get the back on that one in a sec. Mainly she has black. Oh, actually, she's no longer immune. Oh, yeah, let's. I should go now. Get that.
No good. Friendly drop. Here they are. Man down over here.
Get the ammo. Oh, there's a. Okay, that's what's happening. Where's this threat? I'm like, how did this guy get there? Also, he had a broken backpack, so that was due to me. Wait, there's a medic around here somewhere.
Have to move.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
Got that?
Friendly hit.
She kills Wyvern, man. So she stacked back up.
You're starting to piss me off. Quick and painless is no longer an option for you.
Oh wait, they could have picked quick and painless. Oh yeah, let's do the dogs first then.
System malfunctioning.
Just gotta watch out that doesn't sideswipe me here.
System reactivated.
Let's save that one to die a little later, basically, just in case I needed it like that. What I can use here as well is actually the multi-missile launcher. It's laggy.
System restored.
And let's go. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, we shouldn't. I was weird. Wyvern actually has a hunter's melee. Like she will one hit punch through my shield. Where normally it is actually, you know, with rogues and stuff, I rush them just to actually just get them to hit me on the shield. But I shouldn't with her.
I don't understand. Get me another plate.
Wyvern, what's your status? Wyvern, come in. Wyvern. Fuck.
The antiviral cylinders are secure.
Okay. Oh shit.
We'll make sure they get safely extracted.
Could add that to my library. Man, this should be like 2 season levels or something.
Helicopters on approach. Should we knock them down? Negative.
82,
Hold your fire.
85.
Can't chance those cylinders getting destroyed.
Well, that's a bit of luck. Agent, you managed to secure the antivirals and shut down a key Black Tusk stronghold. Not to mention preventing a rocket attack
yeah,
on
let's
the
actually
base
add
of
that
operations.
before I
Incredible work,
forget.
Agent. Truly incredible. But there's still more to do.
Incredible work, Agent. Truly incredible. Still need ARs. Shotguns and pistols. Pressure point. How long did that take us actually there? Still 30 minutes. Although, well, we were like, let's say 5 minutes of that was waffing about. Yeah, let's get. Let's maybe get to a little higher still. Should I just claim all these? Yeah, let's claim all. A medium mission. We still have our skip. And DCD is pretty good. I think mission likely is the fastest thing here. Unless you get missions like DARPA or something, because they're definitely in that list, but I haven't seen them much, luckily. Yeah, let's take. Let's get some XP out of
Looks like they're
it.
coming from the
I love it.
DCD complex.
Vendetta.
Whatever's happening over there, we need to shut it down.
I just need to press T for Vendetta. Wait, why not V? I feel we should put that button just on it.
I'm gonna blow you to hell.
What actually happens when they are marked like that and they die to just, you know, themselves? Does that still hurt me?
Active terminal detected.
See if you can hook Isaac into that terminal.
Then if
and
there's
get us
blacklisted
the
enemies. It's also nice now that it counts for both. It's like counting for the previous one and for this one. Let's actually get some ammo. I'll say that prevent momentum decay, that one's basically free. You're just running around, counts as that. Other thing with it is still, yeah, you do need to.
Connection established.
Oh, that's
DCD
I would say as well a
enabled.
good thing.
All right, let's see what we've got.
It was like, hey, to go
Active
get some
lab on
skill
the
kills,
north
which
side, close
you know
to you.
is going to be
Your first
easier
priority should be to
with
shut that down.
skill build. So I might, because that's the whole point of this whole system, is just to get you to play around with
Best way to
the
take the lab offline is
with the
decontamination
modifiers, and then
protocol.
also
That's just a fancy way
maybe,
of saying
you know,
everything gets sterilized.
put
It's
something
not
together
detecting
to
the
get
gas
some
needed
seeker
for the
kills
decom
maybe,
process.
or something
They
like
must have disabled the line.
Hit the main fuel line in the basement. That should get it flowing again.
Open the fuel line. That should
that.
give
And
the
I'm still also
decom
weirded
protocol
out by
enough
some
gas
people
to
going
run.
like, still takes way too long and stuff. Like, I feel I've done to now like maybe 7 hours or something where I've had, which like if you go like, yeah, you have to do a thing for 7 hours, like yeah, that's long, but when viewed against all the playtime of a season, oh yeah, I forgot. We haven't played Div 2 in a week. The special ammo and scavenge skills are basically turned around. Which is an interesting new bug that they introduced. Well, actually, is it? Or is it just not? No, no. Because when you turn on scavenge skills, you do get the graphics for it. Here, we're not getting the, like, we're getting the drops, but we're not getting the skill graphics that you would normally have with it, like showing you need 2 pickups or stuff like that. So that part is still aligned correctly. But yeah, these guys don't have special ammo, at least. Although special ammo of these guys is decently easy to deal with. Although I'm noticing from coming from Div 1, on Div 1 you can pick a talent,
The decontamination protocol can be initiated from a panel in the lab above you.
which is kind of like
Stay put
picking
once you
some
pull
of
the
the
trigger and
like
you should be safe.
specialization perks or
Top
something
floor. You
in
can't miss it.
here.
It's right in the middle of the lab.
But one of them that like basically everybody always picks is that when you med pack, it gives you immunity from
Virus samples detected.
from status effects for a few seconds, and basically also cleans up any status effect you might have.
I guess you could call that clean.
So when noticing the second I get set on fire or something, I'm just double tapping to getting that quick healing, but that doesn't do much against, or well, it doesn't help much. It doesn't clear any of them.
You should be able to access the morgue at the far end of the West Wing construction site.
Could have left to
If they
pick up.
haven't been disposing of the corpses properly, we could have another
Yeah,
outbreak
Vendetta.
on our hands.
So you get this crate as well.
Spread out and search for them. They could be anywhere. Wish those patrols could find some grenades. Finding cover. They're on me!
Shield back. No, not that I need that. I say and then put myself in the situation where I definitely need it.
The outcasts are using blood from an asymptomatic carrier. Someone who's infected but doesn't show symptoms. If I'm right, they're weaponizing green poison and turning it loose on the city. Destroy anything that might be contaminated.
That's a lot of dead bodies. It's one way to dispose of them. Oh yeah, Vendetta. God damn it. Should maybe just have a macro running that just hits T, like just continuously hitting T. Should maybe would that do anything else anywhere else? No, right? Like in menus and stuff, T doesn't do anything. That way, whenever Vendetta is available, it just hits it. What are these with skill? Oh,
Emmeline's the head of the outcast.
don't have that.
If she's an asymptomatic carrier, they've got an endless supply of
Yeah,
the
actually,
virus
does
to play
T
with.
do anything there?
Agent, your route out is going to take you into
No.
the DCD research library.
Hey, while you're in there, do me a favor. Recover everything you can on broad-spectrum antivirals.
Oh, it toggles GPS here. You know, I kind of said it as a joke, but maybe not the worst idea. As half of the time it would be wasted, but then that way I don't have to remember. Because basically if it triggers it as often as it can. Here's well, I don't care per se getting... Because I can really only get the... pistol one and the other one. The main weapon one.
I'm in trouble here.
Don't have any skills that can murder. Equipped at least. Stacks.
The DCD's data analysis lab
Oh, what
is just
did
ahead. See what data you can grab for
see if I
Kelso.
remember to though, but I should check what the sense became.
Data transfer initiated.
Rotation wise. Spawn pattern is always the same here. At least on heroic. It's like the door on that side, the door on this side, the door on that side, door on this side. I might as well go and meet them. Oh, we prevented decay thing over here. Okay, so we've been getting a few of those. These Reaper scan ones are getting done. And if I have to get this aggressive drone done, that's not undoable. But even on this, I should just equip drone give up my artificer.
Tech transfer completed.
You're clear to get out of there. The lab
But honestly,
samples
that
destroyed.
would
I don't
likely
think the
just be
outcasts
so
are gonna
much
be able to do
easier
much else
on
from
normal
here.
difficulty,
Thanks
but
for getting
then
me that data to play with.
Hostiles are...
that's
They
just
come.
boring.
Be careful.
So I might grind that one out. I actually grinded the other skill kills on the journey also out just by grabbing a turret and drone and just being on normal, just so they kill quickly and then just went from. Actually, I did some priority objectives, although the difficulty decreases how much you get for them, so.
You let them into the lab, and I'll let you answer to Emily personally.
Oh, hey.
Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
You ready now?
And that's. Don't let her finish her sentence.
They got right round me.
Ah.
Can you see them? Damn you!
What? Oh, that was a watch level of those ammunition. I'm like, what? Priority objective completed, 809. Okay, we're actually at 88. It's going pretty quick. With the double XP, of course, as well. Yeah, let's bang out more. Yeah, it's just an open world. This one's medium. I need 2 hostage rescues. So for hostage rescues, unless there's already some on the map. No. This character's New York is mostly green, so actually doing 2 hostage rescues shouldn't be too hard if we go over there. I'll lose my memento stacks going there, but a price we'll have to pay. A pay we'll have to price.
Safe area entered.
Looking to sell? I'm looking to buy.
Sure, while we're here, let's vendor sort and kind of get cleaned up. Just double checking that
Thanks for the trade.
no pressure points or something. Let's donate the rest. Actually, on this account as well, I haven't just resourced my way through it. The expertise. Although I did a little bit, but that was just for the macro video. I got rusty or something. Then it should actually run some of those items. Actually, let's power caches also from the season track. Some of these. Because actually, for instance, maybe a goalie. I could run a goalie. Just give up a ton of damage, but still be kind of fine, likely. As I could put the link laser pointer on it, we wouldn't have flatline. It wouldn't also trigger off of pulse pressure point, but it would just be to proficiency at. And I bet you exotic components.
Want to make a trade?
Let's actually see how that goalie came in. That's runnable.
Thanks for trading with me.
Whether I have one in the stash? Let's actually see. You would think I would. Well, as well, I have to just do a watch out at some point on this account, because I'm also not against just resourcing it, but also what we should do is, yeah, just in between, because we're getting some resources in through here. Could also just run Exodus by itself as well. But I definitely am not too much interested in is Greece. I love still how Greece is being kind of, you know, a bunch of the used car salesmen of the game kind of going like, yeah, no, run Greece with Eclipse. It's just like skill duration doesn't do the thing that you think it does. Even though this world is mostly green, or we don't have any hostage rescues. Annoyingly, in New York, you don't have that view that I pulled up in like DC, where we have the legend view like this. It doesn't show the activities, where in DC it does. So when we jump back and forth, because likely there were some on the map, but then I was standing around here for too long and they despawned. Let's go back and forth. Because with that much of the map green, we should be seeing one at least. Can you take us through it? I'm running the Heartbreaker tech tank. I can actually link you directly to the build itself. Although I'm running a Lexington version here. This one is with the Heartbreaker still, or with the Kingbreaker still. Both of them are with Heartbreaker. But yeah, what it is a very tanky setup for having a very strong shield. Like that's actually the strong part of this. And on top of that, we get all that bonus armor and stuff. There's actually on my YouTube end there's a build showcase for this, and even a masterclass for tech tanks. Because the style of build of this, I call it tech tank. It's basically a memento with a 6-tier shield and an artificer healing the shield. Let's be very aggressive. There we go. Any others? There's one there as well. Yeah. Let's go get this one. I can likely actually just fast travel this. That actually puts me perfectly at that corner. And then here, like, build different ways from that picture is just, yeah, I'm running Lexington instead of the Kingbreaker, but that's just the weapon difference.
I got this.
And there's also a striker version of this that, yeah, kind of has a little bit less in the bonus armor, because of course, versus Heartbreaker. But it has the same damage basically and stacks so much better. So with the Heartbreaker here, I kind of have to use the ACS until I'm kind of stacked, and then the AR can kind of maintain. But if you just try to stack with just the AR, it goes very slowly. Heartbreaker it doesn't count every stack, basically. It doesn't count it every hit the way Striker does. Striker is very consistent. Like, if you put out 100 shots and then you kind of look at how far your bar should be plus the decay, it kind of lines up.
Pretty sure it was curtains for me.
Heartbreaker, not so much. That's also why there is a Striker version in the build collection. Yeah, those things despawn. That's the downside of them. And they despawn pretty quickly. Oh, there we have another one there. But the main trait of all of the tech tanks is especially the shield is pretty strong, and
Detected.
if you're fighting... So here, of course, with these activities, we can be pretty quick and fast with it, but especially with control points and stuff, you'll have a bunch of stuff hitting you, so then the shield kind of takes those hits and then gets healed every 10 seconds. Because the Artificer as well, because that's not per se clear, is even on your back, like when I put out the shield, it sent a charge there to heal it and buff it. And it does so every 10 seconds just by itself. Although here as well, with the because I also have the momentum thing on at this point as well. I have enough of the stuff unlocked that, you know, we're making some decent momentum. And stuff like that, I can even, like there, I'm just gonna hide for a second and I'll pull out my shield again and it's like halfway healed again. One of the things I realized actually is that, yeah, the Striker tech tank actually doesn't have a build showcase yet. It's of course kind of included in the masterclass, but should actually at some point maybe just do the Striker tech tank by itself as well, alongside of the Heartbreaker win. Also, that would be just an easy build showcase. You know, that kind of know them well. I don't have to. With the Umbra one or something, you know, I have to run it for that week or something just to kind of refamiliarize myself with it. Okay, we got our 2 hostage rescues then. Again, medium. To propaganda.
Detected. From the control point in proximity.
Actually, you know what? Although, a lot of these areas kind of suck. And that one isn't bad. Yeah, let's go for this one. Yeah, we don't need to go to... Don't need to go to DC per se. Let's actually hang around New York. We haven't been. It kind of sucks that because of that one endgame thing, they've changed it so that none of the projects are New York ones anymore. Just so, you know. People that don't have WONI. Because while people that don't have WONI, they have access to level 40. They still don't have access to the WONI map. They can't go to New York and like, be there. So... because of that, none of the weeklies and dailies are no longer any New York stuff. Because what am I missing?
The roamers are not hostile. They are a group of truckers who have come together to help the nation recover. The Frighties and the roamers have been but that's bound to happen with any group in need of the city's very limited resources. As you are all well aware, many points of infrastructure were disrupted. Road maintenance was not a priority, and oil refineries temporarily halted production.
But slowly put the dent into that one. It will likely take a while.
Because no matter what the odds, we Americans remain dedicated and resilient people. Like major...
But actually, once you have overdrive and kinetic momentum, you can do pretty well with this season already.
Like a man.
How exactly is that?
Access key detected.
Also, he says that to like female character.
Manual override required.
Right, let's go override Manuel. God damn it, Manuel. Always getting in our way. Always needing to be overridden. I'm surprised actually with Vendetta that they didn't make one of the things specialization weapons.
Hostile targeted. I'll hold this area.
The missile launcher, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the missile launcher sometimes is like that. That's also why I usually aim them straight up and then fire them, because then they'll come down and hit the enemy, and even if they splash like next to the enemy. But yeah, also I forgot that we came to New York, so we lost all the other ammo we had. Because I was also expecting it to have more shots than that. Not only visits the rules stacks when fast traveling to safe house, yes. But then you can work around that. Especially in DC, you can. There's a bunch of places where you can fast travel to that aren't. But here as well, for instance, in New York, I have a bunch of stuff green, so I can fast travel to those, for instance. But yeah, that is a downside of that, definitely. That's not enough to kill it, because, especially for instance, yeah, if you're just doing like missions or something, you're not going to be fast traveling much. And the thing is as well, for instance, in groups, sometimes what we do is just, well, we do that more for like Pistolera and Pistol, but you can also do it for the Memento. Is, for instance, if we're kind of doing activities and stuff and somebody isn't wearing a Memento, or, you know, or is the person, or is somebody who doesn't care about Pistolero taking away their shots, because maybe they're running pistol, they can fast travel, and then you can fast travel to them when they're outside of it. The thing is though that, for instance, for a build like this that kind of works in this way, the Memento is kind of core to it. So it's going to be really replaced. You're going to make this build in with like a ninja bike or just a high-end backpack. One thing with the tech tanks as well is just it's extracting. We're making use of the red, we're making use of the blue, we're making use of the yellow. And then on top of that, like the skill efficiency even as well, going into the Artificer and the shield, the blue being our regen, but then also a blue core for the shield, yeah, a yellow core for the Artificer and the shield.
Gotta be more careful. Who else is gonna make us look weak?
Generally for the Memento, you need to be using at least, like for it to be good, you need to be using effectively 3 out of 6 buffs. And then the long buffs and the short buffs. Preferably even 4 or more. And usually if you're going for anything tanky, that can already be that, because the bonus armor, the regen, like if you're putting it on like Hunter's Fury, and then the weapon damage and the short weapon damage here as well, I'm picking up the pickups. Like I'm killing someone and I'm picking up their pickup, giving me even more weapon damage going against this guy and stuff like that. Especially if you're also not picking up the short duration pickups. Yeah, Memento kind of makes less sense. Let's go override Manuel one last time. Let me get you. Actually, I didn't copy it to that to the YouTube end, but actually, yeah, this is the link to its build picture. Although not this specific one, because this one's with Lexington, that one's with Kingbreaker, but yeah, it's basically 4 pieces of Heartbreaker, Cheska, with Heartbreaker chest, Memento, and then Artificer plus shield on Technician. No, it's just that's all that. Yeah. Although, well, yeah, the thing is, like, I also, for instance, with that Headhunter, because I can definitely agree with, you know, that is a big downside, because especially here in New York, like if I was just running around and didn't have most of the screen, which, you know, if you're trying to do the control points, then kind of defeats their purpose, of course. That's why, for instance, with the Headhunter Tech Tank, I kind of like the Ninja Bike version because you can go to safe houses. Let's go with a mission then. It's also a horrendous one. Actually, I'm Stranded. We haven't done Stranded in a while. Let's go do a Stranded. Is it good targeted? No. Is any of these good targeted? Not particularly. But yeah, let's just go do a Stranded. What backpack if not using Memento? For this kind of build, yeah, nothing can really replace it. Because yeah, we're kind of making, like, the Memento is really part of this stuff. What you could do is, if you wanted something tanky, but you don't want the Memento per se. I mean, honestly, I would just, yeah, Striker with like 4 blues or something. Or Heartbreaker with like 4 blues. Then you have a strong-ish shield, but yeah, without... The Memento is, yeah, doing a lot here, basically. Because also it's increasing the shield health and stuff.
Time to take down Vivian Conley and hopefully get
the
us one
heal's going
step
to
closer to finding that son of a bitch Keener. We know that patrols of cleaners regularly head out to the west gate of their oil refinery.
Because otherwise the thing would be, you would just, the backpack would be a backpack that just goes for a backpack talents, a damage one. So you either, for instance, if it's with Heartbreaker, something maybe vigilancy with a shield, because if the shield gets hit, you don't drop vigilance. But, or you go just Striker with the Striker backpack and maybe over their chest, and then just like 3 or 4 blues. Because especially solo, it's not the worst idea to be a little bit more tanky. The thing is though that, for instance, this one as well, I wouldn't generally use this in a group setting. So if we were in a group setting, I'd just be full red most likely, or in Eclipse.
We can't let anything disrupt our operation. Oil is the fuel of our organization.
But tankiness isn't that useful in a group setting.
Sounds like Conley's really invested in this oil business.
I guess now you know which buttons to push.
But EPF
Agent, let's wreck their compound.
Yeah. Otherwise, Memento, because yeah, it's not a momento. Yeah, one of my pet peeves. Correct that one there. The Memento, yeah, for Eclipse it just doesn't make too much sense, just because yeah, backpack talents. Although, well, you can actually run it. I used to, like, I mess around with basically Eclipse-wise with basically everything. There is some handiness there because, well, yeah, you lose a lot of damage. You gain a little bit of haste and stuff, and the regen and stuff can be nice. But yeah, it turns out in a like, you know, I don't need the regen because everything should be on fire if I'm doing it right and stuff like that. And yeah, just that backpack damage is really a lot. Or fire eclipse especially.
Are coming from the cleaner's underground tunnel system.
I went for just hitting the mets back there, Division 1 style, to get the fire to go away.
Find a way to block off access to the tunnels, or the place will be swarming with cleaners in no time. It'll also keep Conley from using the tunnel as an escape route.
There's one back here. Actually, upon completion of this one, it's annoying that this thing keeps popping up. Let's try this again, because this will remind me to get Vendetta. Maybe.
I suggest you sabotage whatever parts of the cleaner's oil production you come across. Might piss Conley off and get her out of whatever hole she's hiding in.
Rhodes, I like the way you
There's a Memento as well. It's like... That's also why, for instance, the Heartbreaker tech tank is very competitive to the Striker tech tank, in my opinion, is mostly because, yeah, Striker, although not as much as in the past, but you know, it preferred the backpack, and the backpack is just still, you know, really good. But Heartbreaker doesn't need the backpack, so the memento kind of fits in better. Because any gear set that is like with a pretty strong
I'll let you know if I spot Conley.
backpack talents like Eclipse, yeah, it's kind of it's kind of hard. Also, the thing is with Eclipse is more so also it locks out the valve, and the valve is just
Cooling pumps
a
detected.
chunk of easy extra damage.
Whatever they're
Basically,
cooling probably can't handle too much heat.
it's a
Do whatever you
hey,
can do to
I want to
disable
do
those pumps, Agent.
20% extra
Trust
damage.
me, it'll be fun.
I didn't have to do pistol. Another pistol. Another pistol. Now, what I especially like about this build and why it's kind of my go-to solo build is, yeah, you got to be stupid with it. I don't have to like pay attention and sit in cover and wait for enemies to like poke out in certain ways. It's just like
some more cooling pumps. You know what to do.
honestly, for solo play, I would also just recommend grabbing these. Although, yeah, this can't deal, for instance, well with 5 directives, of course. Like that would be limitations.
Cooling pump system compromised.
But also here, like, if I really wanted some XP, I would have gotten some last week with the 5 times. We blow up their backpacks, they took over mask. You have to wait out the whole animation and then finish them off.
Let's see what else you can mess with that'll piss her off.
But there's definitely some value to having a little bit of something that can run and gun. Because you can do similar things as well, just with Hunter's Fury, for instance.
Disrupting our production and endangering our most precious resource. This is Joe Farrow.
Although, yeah, but not with the same level of survivability. Oh, whatever. No worries. It's a common mistake. That's also a... We do take the time to correct it, just as so others. Because you wouldn't definitely not be the only one that has called it that in the past or in the future.
Opportunity to me, Agent.
So to say, was way higher. Well, yes, and you might have also then as well have here. Hey, wasn't my name not I_Kia? I have multiple accounts. This is account 2, as also kind of the stream title says. Because on account 1, I'm kind of done with the season stuff. But with the season double XP, I wanted to get this account kind of a little closer to the end. Although I was kind of aiming for like 60 or 70. And on this guy again, we'll blow up his backpack, wait for the animation. In the meantime, get some stacks. And now his head is exposed. So. But my main account is in the 28 something. And then technically, I have also a third account, which is 3K.
Just caught sight of Conley on the tanker.
Play this game maybe a little bit too much. Some might say a little bit too much. Others might say way too much. What I'm playing, like similar to Striker. I'm playing Heartbreaker, which is indeed actually similar to Striker, but I'm also running it in a configuration which is the Heartbreaker tech tank. I might have already scrolled up. I'll link to it again actually. 4.14 in the build collection. Although I'm running it here with the Lexington, that build picture is with a Kingbreaker, but weapon is of course. Actually, on the YouTube chat. And Heartbreaker kind of works in the same way. Let's actually get the bonus loot here and also show kind of this. For those that have never seen this, you push that button. If we blow up 3 balls here, we get a little bit of extra loot. I'm just gonna do 4 as well, sometimes to be safe. Because you blow up that box, that opens this first door. Blowing up 3 of those balls actually opens up this door, which is just 1 more loot, which isn't per se that worth it, but it's a cool secret to know. I mean, is it cool? It's a secret. Although, well, yeah, this one, although it could have been, yeah, much higher. I generally as well, I just don't grind out too much SHD. Most of it is down to me just playing a lot. Yeah, a lot of playtime. Because also recently-ish with the 5 times XPs and stuff, I generally don't play Div 2 when the 5 times XP is up. So if I had taken the 5 times XP on this character and main account and stuff, there would have been like 4k higher each. But also I would have likely burnt myself out. That's why I don't. You guys have force or vigilance? Kind of depends on the build and your playstyle and stuff. If you're going, let's say instead of the memento here, you would want to have a different backpack. If you have a few blues, I would still go vigilance just because of the upfront damage of it, and then you have to just get decent with, if enemies are shooting at you, they need to be hitting your shield. Or just hitting you in bonus armor, because either for vigilance it needs to be your armor basically. So Heartbreaker by itself as well can kind of help a little bit by having that bonus armor of it. And as long as, you know, that is getting hit and not, they aren't reaching your normal armor. Because there's plenty of places, even solo, where you're kind of just like fighting an enemy. Like earlier we had the rogues, for instance. It's gonna suck to not have that backpack talent active for that entire fight. Or well, you get 1 stack on after the first guy. Unless you get lucky and, you know, you can kill one of their skills or something. Yeah, let's get this.
Fire will eradicate the division, just like we'll eradicate the virus and finish the job Joe Barrow started.
Non-circuit or with better
Cleaners really did a number on her.
Skill is. Okay. Heartbreaker can be pretty good for that. Although Heartbreaker is basically Striker, depending on how you kind of put it together. Here though, I'm kind of using some of the survivability parts of it as well, because we're kind of making use of the
gas valve detected,
the blue armor and stuff of it to be extra aggressive. But for that as well, you kind of, here it's together with the memento, which is causing it to have like really big blue bars. Okay.
I've got a visual on Conley again. She's moved to the upper deck. Looks like she's preparing.
I think you
for
could
her
go
last
with
stand.
as well. Kind of depends as well, like if you are also a skill build. For instance, if they're just running sort of drone builds, which I'm guessing will be the skill builds, maybe running a refactor with them if they aren't already. And then we hit those 2 valves, that turns off the fire here, so we can get this loot. But if someone else wants some, let's see. So up to 2 after another current disputes, the developments for it's just maintaining it with new seasons. Yeah, that's kind of for me now as well, the SHE level has kind of become... I care a little bit about it, you know, just goes up. But for instance here as well, like I could have some directives on this mission. I could definitely fog of war and special ammo and fragile armor. Like we're not gonna armor break once, likely. So all of those could have been on, but I was just being lazy. For blue on this build, yeah. So in total there's 4 blue, 2 yellows, 1 being from the technician. For a 6-tier shield. So I should get all the stacks. Let's go for the quick kills. And the quick kills on these guys. So with this, when they take off their mask, you have to actually wait till like it's all the way down. Otherwise, you still don't deal damage to their head yet. It is kind of annoying with that animation. Hey, well, you have a second account. So I actually have a third account even. Both of them started, although years apart, with the idea of like, hey, I want to know what it is kind of for a new player. And because yeah, with you know, with account shared resources and stuff, and like even though like just a lot of stuff is still, even if you don't do the account share resources, account share blueprints, a lot of stuff is still shared around. You know, hunters, you can't redo the hunters, for instance, or stuff like that. So this one, around season 4-ish, I think I started this account. All the way back. So in the year 2, season 4, basically. And that was just to, yeah, kind of a fresh start. I kind of actually really enjoyed it. I also didn't, starting out, didn't basically tell any of my, like I didn't power level it or anything, like, you know, stuff like that. I just went through the game kind of again and just slowly leveled them up and then I kept them running. And then third account, more recently, I started it specifically because I hadn't, like, both of these accounts kind of existed way before, for instance, expertise came into the game. So I never did, you know, library plus expertise plus like leveling up at the start and stuff, just to kind of get a grasp of how this one, yeah.
It's time to end this.
But also, I kind of actually enjoy. I just enjoy a fresh start. I don't mind that at all. The campaigns are not too much of a slog or anything, and
Kick her ass, agent.
burns some time. It isn't per se a recommended thing to do, although I know of plenty of people that have a second account, especially if they have like a lot of playtime. There's a point where you go like, hey, a fresh start would be kind of cool. And the game is on sale so often that it's also not monetarily a thing. Although, for instance, in my case, so second account I still treat kind of decently. Like third account, I don't buy season passes or anything like that. On second account, I don't buy anything except the season pass. So no cosmetics or anything, but just and then on main account I just buy. Like that's my actual one that I care about the most.
Power source knocked out. Tower disabled.
Also in the past, for instance, yeah, let me do things like League and stuff twice.
That's bad guy code for us. You're doing really
Kinda
great.
enjoy it, just filled up more time.
Gas valves detected.
Time to improvise. See if you can do anything with those valves.
And also let me like mess around with some dual boxing stuff, which I would say is maybe, you know, not per se completely something I would recommend doing or anything, because I might get you into trouble if in some ways maybe. But yeah, I kind of messed around with that kind of stuff as well though. Madam Conley.
You flushed her out, Agent. Now take her down.
With this Conley fight, you either do it in one of two ways. You either quickly kill Vivian, or you kill everything else and leave Vivian till last. Here I'm gonna go for a somewhat quick kill on her.
Is as misguided as your confidence.
She speaks a lot for a dead lady.
Yes, you got her.
As the danger is, especially in group settings, if you just go for trying to murder Conley right away and you don't have the firepower for it, you'll just get overwhelmed by the other enemies. There's a bunch of stuff, Sponge. Wait, does this still count? Oh, even the wrong one counts. Oh yeah, it's marked hostiles. Okay, it's not, it doesn't even need to be the right marking. Because these are skill ones.
Fire, explosions,
don't have a skill.
homicidal maniacs. They're rich for my taste, but I can see why you guys like it.
You did a lot today. We shut down the cleaner's oil pipeline, got rid of Conley.
Hey,
Keener can't use her to target the JTF anymore.
You know what, let's keep bashing away at this. Maybe we even could take this care count to 100. Yeah, let me actually catch up here for a second. Tributes using and didn't get Lexington. The general picks are overall FAMAS, Fall, and then CTAR, and then F2000. Kind of in that order as well, but they're all very close to each other. Especially, yeah, FAMAS and the Fall are pretty good picks. For Striker, especially, yeah, FAMAS kind of because of the RPM. I'm trying to check the other damage bill. Let's keep going back to Strikers. We're trying to find something. Tank a bit more. This, for instance, in group settings, especially if you're playing in like coordinated teams, I do sometimes run this like, yeah, kind of tech tanks in 4-man teams, especially if we're kind of sticking together for a little bit, because you'll fill up the memento eventually, kind of. And yeah, this can then run interference for the rest, so maybe give that a try. It's a fresh player feeling, kind of, exactly. Just a good experience that kind of again, indeed. If I guess maybe we're gonna originate tonight. Let's play like an absolute clown. Anti-class. Yeah. Just take your time with it with some legendarying. Go to complete the journey tonight? No, not likely. Because yeah, there's too much to grind here. Especially, this one is likely the one to get, but this I'll just run a third run on normal, but I'm not going to do that on stream. I'll be this like. But likely I'll do that just in the background while I'm kind of doing other work stuff. I would just go from, you know, I would just set my drone loose on a normal control point or something. And because, yeah, blacklisted enemies. So likely out of this list, what's going to happen likely? These two, this one likely isn't. This one likely isn't. Because this is going to, although we have 6 out of 70. So, but yeah, this is likely very slow. So seeing as these two are like least likely to complete, I'm going to do the rest. And then also we still have the entirety of 7. Although 7 isn't that hard either. Because this one, I can definitely, once we have microwave coils, this one is like a piece of cake. This restore is pretty easy. This one is even like cheesable. These kills are pretty easy. This is just run around with the shield and with an lullaby or sweet dreams. Couldn't think of the other one. But it's sweet dreams actually, but lullaby as the thingies. Headshot kills. Oh, actually no. So they fixed tactical supremacy, right? So yeah, these two will be a little bit harder, man. None of this is also not doable. I mean, we've done them all at the range, so they're definitely doable. It'll just take longer outside of the range. Yeah, we hadn't done Stranded in a while. That was actually, I enjoyed that. Is it gonna give me, although it says Washington DC, right? So it's not likely. No. Jefferson trade. Let's go trade some Jeffersons. Then have a blueprint from seasons that we missed, and Slangman really need them. They should just fix that. That's just, yeah, that's just basically something they left broken. Because we're missing a bunch of blueprints. It's very annoying as well. For instance, on main account, I have everything I can get from Descent and stuff, and then having a list or like the bench, the crafting bench is going, you know, you have what is it now? 527 out of like 540 or something. 540 something. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, they need to fix that. It's just, yeah, likely not the highest priority for them. So I'm making a new account pretty indeed. I'm gonna they do unlikely. It's grindy, but yeah, it's definitely doable. Thing is also, yeah, you can also just full grind it, just, you know, drop difficulty. And just kind of like full grind it, but it's kind of boring as well. Thing is, yeah, it is a journey for a whole season, so for like there's time. Lexington Elmo Lexington this season got a small reduction. Elmo like a while back, but it wasn't even a reduction to it. The thing that really kind of ended Elmo is Killer and Measured being so much better than they used to be. So now an AR, just a high-end AR, especially as well having Lexington, which is even, you know, really high up there and also handles pretty decently. It's actually no, I don't know, no special ammo. We'll just take these two. I don't want to be disoriented the whole time. No, nothing right now.
Last radio contact with Espinosa came from a parking garage close to the shade node. Isaac has the location.
This time I'm still trying to be interested in it. Yeah. Thing is, it's very much also like the rewards of it are the modifiers and stuff. So yeah, if you don't want to run the modifiers, you know, you don't need to do the journey per se. But this season especially, so the big thing that they changed, this might not have been obvious for everyone, is basically they went from you need to have a modifier and then a certain enemy. They went from that to you just have to have the modifier and any enemy. Like, because like last season it would be, you know, kill tanks with this modifier on. Now it's just, you know, kill enemies with this modifier.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
We left somebody behind us with frenzy. Let me get up here. Well, actually, don't have long barrel. Oh, do you mean long under rail for the link laser? Yeah, the fall does, and then the M4 is kind of the other pick for that, or P416. Because if you need the long under rail, the fall is a decent pick for that, but then just not for like Heartbreaker because it also likes RPM. So then M4 or P416 is kind of the go-tos. Carbine is a little bit low. You could also go with Honey Badger, which is just kind of... Honey Badger kind of now is Carbine 7, but better. Basically, Carbine 7 is the Timu Honey Badger kind of now.
We're getting killed here.
Watch this one go.
Why am I forgetting about like 4 wave spawns here? Let's just go sit back here. I'm just being dumbly aggressive because they spawn now there. Because one of the things is as well, this build, once the memento is charged up, is a lot stronger than without. And we of course just fast traveled from New York to here, so I need to kind of, you know, I shouldn't be as aggressive with it at this time. Because you can definitely die with this. That's not impossible.
Look for a way down to the garage and see if you can pick up Espinosa's trail. He tends to leave a mess.
And hey there, not hello. Higher base damage than M4. Yeah, between the P416 and M4, why the M4 is also a contender is the handling, or well, especially the recoil pattern of the P416 is much worse. It jumps around left to right a lot more. The M4 is a little bit more controllable. That's why it is definitely, and they're pretty close to each other damage wise. But yeah, the P416 definitely is ahead. Oh, actually now realizing, yeah, that Vendetta actually, I don't, like these skill ones also count. Oh, getting that 100 is not going to be too hard. Because I thought you had to also get the right ones, but that's not the case. Because all I get or all that happens when I kill the wrong marked ones is a little bit of damage, but most of the time that's just going to get eaten by my bonus armor. Zoom zoom. So we're which is M4, yeah. But yeah, the fall is definitely also more ahead of them, but yeah, you wouldn't per se. The stacking builds kind of care about RPM. So I can definitely run fall and do decent. It's gonna do better with a M4 or a P416 or Honey Badger. The Honey Badger especially as well. It has a little bit less damage, but kind of similar handling to the M4, and then a much better reload. So it stays up in the fight a little bit better.
Authorization granted. Please stand by. Intelligent system analytic computer reactivated. All Isaac subsystems operational.
That was the last step to getting Isaac fully restored.
Other thing is, of course, like, yeah,
we have a ways to go before we can celebrate.
In comparison to the rest, of course, it still did get a decent, or well, not decent, but it did get a, you know, a nerf. But yeah, it's also still, it's still the top high-end, higher than the FAMAS. I wish actually what they should do with it, and what I would have done with it if it were up to me, so I would have just put it like 0.5% behind the FAMAS, and then the FAMAS is still kind of, you know, the DPS king, but of course handling wise, yeah, like nobody would pick the FAMAS if you have Lexington, still kind of as now. But then at least it's kind of, you know, a little bit fairer. At least Flatline is no longer like the top talent that it used to be. Because if this was the case as well, together with Flatline being, you know, much higher than Killer and Measured and stuff, yeah, it would kind of all be like, that would have made it even more annoying. Because now you definitely can do without. You don't per se need the Lexington. Everything is doable without. But then it still kind of gets in the way. For instance, I know some people that want to speedrun and stuff, and then they don't have it. Wait, why am I still in combat? Wait. That's weird. Let's press T for Vendetta. I almost want to just rebind that key to V, just so we can hit V for Vendetta. Although that would suck, because also, so I use V as my vault key. Space is my get down. In most games, actually, I set it up like that. Space is like crouch and stuff, and then V is usually my jump, or which might sound insane to some people, but for my brain, that kind of works out a little bit better. Let's actually destroy that turret because it is blacklisted. Let's get the loot back here. Oh, we even got the Reaper scan one done already as well. Do I try headshot with this build? You mean just setting it up as a headshot build? The thing is, too much stuff is not headshotable at all. You know, Warhounds, for instance, and stuff. The inconsistency of that would just annoy me too much. I've definitely tried a headshot striker, just and even with like some blue cores and stuff, but especially with Bighorn, just you go all stats having it's worse headshot. And if you're just, for instance, yeah, if you're just fighting hyenas and stuff, or you know, you're just using it for missions, works out fine. But then you run into like a marauder, or yeah, invaded missions, or stuff like that.
Say your fucking prayers.
Also, with like this specific layout, I don't want to be, while I'm kind of going for heads here and there, especially, you know, when I'm close up, you can go for heads. But I still also just want to have the ability to just kind of just do this. Yeah, and that's mostly going to be body shots with the ACS. Oh.
That bastard can't have gotten far yet. Go after her.
Does it have a better burst than FAMAS? No. So not on build, because while it is higher on the base one, basically on the base numbers, we can actually show that here. This was the build picture earlier. Where's this thing? So on this list, it is, but there is an important factor to always consider with this list. This is the base values, and we need these as well, so that's why this exists. It's not to be there to be misleading or anything, but actually we can even go here. So this F2000, that -1 mod, that basically means it's gonna lose some damage. And actually on the build ones, because in that same folder, there are these on build ones, which is like AR, SMG, LMG. So on a build, I'm gonna actually close that one just not crash music. Yeah, basically the order changes there. And now it's Lexington, FAMAS, Fall, CTAR, F2000, before 16, and then it goes from there kind of. And that's because it loses 1 mod, so it has compensation to its base to kind of offset that a little bit. But then, of course, when we kind of take it to a build, it's going to lose a 5 crit chance or 10 crit damage mod, and that hurts. Generally, you can kind of see that as, like, mentally in my head, I usually go like, that's a 2.5%. Like, just 2.5% less. Shit, I should have gone that way. Yeah, let's go for the quick kill on the boss. Although I should have gone, because now I'm actually going to get shot twice. And there's some sniper turrets up. So normally you run up the left side here right away. Why does she get wiped here? Because But yeah, because I hesitated at the start, we made this much more messy than it needs to be. And actually, even in 4-man, you want to do it this way. Like one person runs up this side, kills the boss real quick. The rest kind of sets up and kind of makes a base of fire on the right side. And kind of supports that player as they go in. Making this fight a lot easier. Because we don't have a sniper in the back just plinking away at everybody. Oh, a medic revived her. Oh, yeah, it was just purple, so she revives with no armor. So she dies right away. Elsa will be happy. She'll, you know, at least we made her suffer. I'll revive her third time. Because in general, for especially the weapons yet, yeah, have like mod differences like that. You kind of have to do them on build, and that's why the unbuild ones also.
Anyway, thanks to you, we're an important step closer to getting the Shade Network back to full strength.
So,
you did good. I'll see you around.
Enjoyed the most this season. Well, kind of been dabbling around, especially in group settings. This season, Eclipse has been pretty good, especially with the overdrives and stuff. I've been actually enjoying that. Last season, with the modifiers, Eclipse just didn't make sense at all. Looks like I cleaned up actually here. But this season, I've been kind of happy to go back Eclipsing. Ever with the Lexington, yeah. I mean, yeah, they sometimes do actual FOMO stuff. Yeah, I wish they didn't, but likely what I would expect is that maybe every, like in the summer or something, they maybe like in the summer and then also again at Christmas time, they kind of go like, hey, we're giving it out again for, you know, people that are now veterans, and then people have to get it then. Wins on headshot should be the same. Yep. It's actually one of the things that I hope they do for Division 3. And because, for instance, Destiny already does it like that. And yeah, that would let every enemy have like weak points like that. Problems are like Lubrance problems, yeah. Shen's game doesn't work the same as other games. You add it instead of multiply. Doesn't really work. Yeah. Well, the thing is, in Division, one of the oddities of Division is, yeah, crit damage and headshot are additive to each other. So they are together one pool. So weapon damage, for instance, all of the weapon damage is together one pool. Like things like damage to targets out of cover and DTA and stuff are all like their own pool. But then crit damage and headshot kind of pool together. But one of the things you can do, and kind of works out decently, especially if you're good at headshots, first of all. And then secondly, for certain situations, like for instance, for Right, headshot striker is kind of like one of the speedrun tactics against them, for instance, in the incursion, because you're super close, you can go for the headshots, and then especially like what with gear sets, because they only have one stat. But usually people do it like with striker, so you would have a striker set up, and this would just be, instead of crit damage, this would all be headshots with headshot mods and stuff like that, and then, you know, Providence with even more headshot and stuff, and maybe some weapon handling. And then Bighorn kind of fits into that same play style as well. And if you do all that, that can actually make for a very strong build. But yeah, the thing is, it's not universal. Like, one of the things that, especially with talents and stuff, is just, yeah. For instance, here as well, actually, Killer, for instance, could do more damage than Flatline on this build. I still keep it to Flatline, though, because I like the consistency of Flatline. My Killer still, you know, if I'm going up against, you know, just the boss by itself or something. Is there even a boss fight like that? You go up against, let's say, a hunter in, you know, one of those missions or something. Flatline just is going to give me always consistency, because this is always going to be on. And even though Killer would be on and then hit harder than this, it wouldn't work for, yeah, some enemies where we're like basically doing a 1 versus 1. Or you know, if I'm fighting a Marauder, like I might not have Killer activated, the Killer is going to activate after I kill the Marauder. Stuff like that. So sometimes as well, it's not just how much damage does it do, but also how active is it, how much can we rely on it. Because we also need to have a reliability. Actually, we're so close to it. Let's maybe actually make a push and just end the season pass for this account. This seems like more XP than I've ever seen. So this is maybe Manning? Oh no, it's title again. I want to do title again though. I would have done Manning maybe if it was Manning, but I don't want to do title again. We'll just drop that one. Let's go for this mission. Viewpoint. We can do a viewpoint. Actually, maybe as well. Let's change it up here, especially in missions. Especially in open world, I like being Heartbreaker tech tank as well. But missions, let's maybe go with something a little different. Oh, I don't have those Lingmo pieces yet, right? Could have gone with those Lingmo pieces. But let's instead go with what do we want to go with? 511. When we go OD and we grab Pistolero as well, maybe. Yeah, you know what? Let's go Hunter's Fury. Actually, you know what? We'll go Hunter's Fury Ridgeway. Yeah, let's go Hunter's Fury Ridgeway. Just for a little bit of a different feel. I have 2 blue cores on this just to have a little bit of a shield. Although what I could take here as well, although I don't have it yet, do I? Yeah, if we had Fortified Shield, I would totally take it here. Do I get Fortified Shield for this one? This Journey Stab? Yeah. Because a Fortified Shield is actually pretty cool for like builds like this. Why no Elmo? Why would I Elmo? You mind that Elmo is, well, kind of cool and stuff, and 70 rounds, and it feels pretty good because it has a M4 with another 10 weapon handling on top of it and stuff. It lacks stat. Like, especially a lot of the damage talents can very much exceed an Elmo. Actually, yeah, let's not. Well, we'll just leave the directives off. So there's also many ways to kind of play that. One of the things with Hunter's Fury, for instance, there we're using the CC. Quite well. But actually, I no longer have Reaper. Oh, there's one behind me. Shouldn't have tried to reach that heavy. You know, just it's not the Oh, that's a turret with frenzy. Okay. That's a lot. That thing does a lot of damage. It's also situated perfectly up there to be very annoying. There. Those turrets with frenzy hit still pretty hard. Here though, yeah, we've lost our pulsing ability, so we're no longer pulsing and getting Reaper scan to trigger. What is that? 5 I have a few builds that are mostly basically joke builds. So this 511 build is just that. It's a joke build.
Go dark. Wait for the signal, then corner, then kill.
Specialize. Just not good with interference. Split wrong. There's no playing it wrong or anything. You have to be pretty aggressive, but yeah, you need to. For instance, here I'm okay with it because like I know the mission pretty well. But even there, like yeah, we'll go down a few times in comparison to running the tech tank there. This thing can definitely kill a lot faster than that tech tank. But then that tech tank has tankiness. Well, so for instance, actually specifically, one of the reasons why that is a thing. So there's the build collection, right? So it goes like with the numbers, it goes like, 1.01, 1.02, and so forth and so forth. There's 5 characters in here, 4 from main account, 1 from second account. So this is character 5 from that. And they have, of course, 16 loadout slots. So what happens is there is a loadout slot that is 5.11. So that's why in the loadout slot 5.11 lives a build with 5.11. With 5.11s. And yeah, the true meta is here. The thing with those is, and actually I have actually several several joke builds, because also you can make purple builds, you can make brandless builds, so with 6-piece improvised. But you can also make purple builds just with purple pieces. All of those actually are kind of cool, and you can actually learn a lot by them because you're gimping yourself, and that makes it so that you now can't, because with this actually one of the things I'm relying on is that I'm gonna kill in like a second there, right? I'm gonna murder whatever is in front of me pretty quick. That lets me play differently than if I have to actually, that's why Legendary also kind of plays different. You can't kill as fast, and then also the enemies hit pretty hard. Oh, I should run Oxpecker and pick some oxes in. Hello, man. For this mission, this wouldn't just annoy me. Although I do need to proficiency it at some point, but what we should do is just run it as secondary here. Just so it's getting some proficiency. I actually have a build showcase as well on the channel. If you search for joke builds or purple builds, there's a joke builds build showcase going over some of those. And honestly, if you're kind of, I feel everybody reaches a point where you go like, you know what, I'm just gonna make something silly and see if I can make it work. And that's kind of that. Which is kind of actually not a bad idea. It is a bad build, but it's not a bad idea. Although it's also not a bad build, because also with those, the thing is, for instance, with purple builds, I do the same. I try to make it, the best it can be, but yeah, it can't be that good, of course. is still the thing.
They could be in here already.
You guys up for some barbecue?
Grenade deployed.
And this Ridgeway version actually works pretty well. The downside of this Ridgeway version is just mechanicals again. In the same way as headshot builds, things that don't bleed, I lose a lot of damage against. That was also, for instance, why that turret was giving me so much annoyance. If I was running actually just, you know, something with not based on sadists, I could do a lot more damage against it. But here against True Sons, which don't have more hands. Yet. And then the regen of Ridgeway is actually decent. Like I can take some damage going in and then just kind of bleed some people. And get a little bit back. Exactly. Although I've, for instance, with purple builds, I've done all of the DC and New York missions just on heroic, but and no directives. I've done all of them at some point. Like, gone through and should actually redo that one at one time. Oh, they spawn bottom. That's doesn't happen often. These heavies can be annoying. Oh, heavy. Anyway, just kill something small next to them to get the disorient trigger. What's that? With Thunder's Fury, you always know where enemies are because they have that thing above their heads. I heard the turret winding up.
Eat this.
Trying to fight.
That's just a turret? Okay. Oh, it's there on the ground there. Oh yeah, although there's actually a bunch of like people I've tried as well in the past, just trying to make melee builds. But yeah, they don't work out. And this is the original place. You may see some of us do sometimes stuff like this.
Get to the TV
So that's a cricket smell.
up here for good.
I would always do this in matchmaking and then see what people do, because some people would just like, you know, just put a nose on it or just give it some eyebrows. Because you were waiting there anyway. So. And then now we do that in a bunch of places. This might not be smart what I'm doing here, because I don't want to be downstairs here. I'll be fine. Now one of the things is, especially having played Div 1 a little bit recently again, there it's more so even, moving fast and such can actually be a defense on itself.
Look for the transmission control module. It handles all communication.
Enemies sometimes don't know how to deal with you when you're just like that.
You'll lock out the True Sons and we can take over the channels.
But also the only pieces I'm kind of proficient in was fun. Yeah. Elysian? Okay. Something from Final Fantasy. 14. Anyway, Minister, there run less space here when using Coyote to allow for silence. In general, yeah, if you're expecting a Coyote or if you're running a Coyote.
Stay by the module and make sure it
So,
completes the
for
reset
instance, with the
sequence.
Striker, just the Obliterate Striker, that's set up to be in the low 50s. There, the fire actually saving my ass from firewall. Because when the armor broke there, it set those enemies on fire.
Move into position.
I mean, this place is also kind of... Although one wave there didn't spawn down here, but... It is also very focused or facing based. So if you're facing that door, most of the time everything spawns there. That's why most of the waves spawn there. But not all.
All site facilities are reset to default or under direct SHD control.
That's good to hear. Our comms are coming online and the true sons are in the dark.
But yeah, with the you kind of just leave a gap. I usually just leave enough for. It also depends on what weapon type you're running. So, for instance, in Incursion, we used to run it basically without a gap because we weren't expecting any Coyote beyond 50. Because what would happen on Lovebirds and what would happen on Right is that everybody just packs up on them basically, and there's only a short range Coyote up. So we all set up at like 60 crit chance or close enough.
Wade is using EMP jammers to overload the radio mast. Take them out before the mast is destroyed.
Also, yeah, if you're ever doing this mission solo, as a tip, because most people come out here and shoot this thing right away. A much smarter thing to do is come up here, shoot this thing. This spawns a second wave, like that guy spawning there. But I can make it down here and destroy this. Also, actually, from there, if I had a longer range gun, I could destroy the first one, and then you go back for the first one, basically. Because if you destroy that first one first, a bunch of stuff spawns there, and then you just have to get through a lot more enemies, and it becomes a little bit more messy. Everybody in front of us. Got a 30 grade there, I saw. Specific source of true sun bosses. Finish off.
All right, the facility is ours.
Yeah, we got two exotics
a
even.
powerful tool for coordinating their troops and spouting their horse shit. Once we get the radio mast repaired and operational, we can extend the reach of our own broadcasts.
Because then we also had a reward of 1 from the priority. 94. Yeah, let's get that last bit out of here. Or maybe I take a reroll, because if this is tile, I don't want to do a stronghold. Yeah, let's take a reroll. I mean, we have 3 of these, might as well. God damn it. Well, let's do an activity. Yeah, countdown it is. What do I want to take to countdown? You know, that'll just be an OD. Oh, you know what? I'll be an OD with Exodus Glove. I can level that up a little bit. I have too many of those already. I can go. And if we're going there as well, let's actually take a targeted of shiny monkeys. How much space do I have? Barely any. Yeah, don't want to go stash some builds. Nah, let's just go. Matchmake, countdown, challenging. I'm gonna go in as an OD. I'm gonna run Exodus just for the proficiency in it all.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive. You are now in a group.
So my city spell. So if you mean Eclipse specifically, like most of the eclipses that I have are kind of set up like this, with just Val and an electric piece, and then with the chest and backpack. Also in the build collection, there is actually a I'll link it in both chats. There is an Eclipse recommended folder. So there's a bunch of ways recommended to set up Eclipse, although most of them are just for like other setups. Like you can have a hazard protected one for countdown. You can have a foam Eclipse for legendary, stuff like that. So that one that I was showing there was kind of more like for heroic with fire and Stingray. When do I think they release Div 3? 2027? No. Likely 2028 at the earliest, I would guess. Like March 2028 would be my guess. At the earliest.
Communication relay offline.
It takes a while to make some games.
Black Tusk have taken the power plant. Looks like they've triggered the lockdown protocols while they were charging their warhounds. We need
Like
to shut
not
down the broken
unless
transformers and
Div
restore
3
the power
gets like Assassin's Creed's treatment of just like 17 studios on top of it, but we should go left. Let's see actually if they're letting me.
Activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Hopefully they do. They do. Nice.
Excessive power detected. Increased probability of instability or overloading the power grid.
And the reason we go left is to link up with this other team.
System malfunctioning.
I don't want to be the first one in. I'm full red. Most of the rest of my team isn't. And the downside of OD is like on this very first fight, I'm not per se that useful because I don't have special ammo yet. Also, these guys are not going to kill this guy fast enough for me to have. Oh, I should Iron Lung him. How about that Iron Lung him? Just to set him on fire. And in this way, we can help out the other team, although we're mostly here to get...
System restored.
We'll get all of the... Everybody will get all of the dog tags, so we'll be leaving with 158. Yeah, that's kind of the Exodus being a little bit of a dick move. So that guy was kind of like focused on me. He Exodused me. Oh, really? Nobody got the thing? Guys. Guys. I saw like 17 people there. I was expecting them to kind of get it. Please tell me this team understands that the other hunter is there. Was there somebody already went into reactor? Right, somebody went back for that other button. I'll do the nice thing and hit this button.
System curtailed.
Like dot damage is not more damage for dot. There's other builds that can do significant amounts of dot damage, but that's more. For instance, the pestilence can do that. But they wouldn't be considered status effect builds because the pestilence is a debuff, not a status.
Assault turret detected.
But the fire on a fire eclipse, like it does hit decently well because it is around 350 to 380k kind of.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
Mute that block. Wait, they didn't go here? No. No. Right? What? Guess I'm not getting those two in this team. That also activates the frenzy for them, so fuck them. But yeah, usually I wouldn't leave like, but that was such a dumb thing to do. Why would you go across the map first to then come back all the way here? Like even if the thing is on the other side, we're like, what? So yeah, going to the left there didn't save us at all. Because yeah, we didn't extract actually, so. Weekend matchmaker going into the Mondays.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have joined a group.
And then yeah, fire things like fire and the Valtics and stuff are also twice per second, so they do their damage pretty well. Yeah, no, I just want to get 2 done there. I generally don't go into heroic countdown unless I have like 3 people with us. Because heroic countdown, if like the team isn't good, the thing is, it's dependent on who you get matchmade with, right? If you get 7 people with you that kind of know what they're doing, basically you need 3 other ones on heroic. But you might not get that. On challenging, I can solo carry an entire team if I have to. Kind of. Worst case as well, I can just extract myself if I have to. If I go like this team is not worth saving, I go PFE at the end, and then just make sure I extract at the very least. But here also, we're just trying to, because the main goal I have here is just to get this priority objective out of the way. Do we actually get a completion reward for Canton? I mean, wouldn't show here. Should actually rewatch the footage whenever we complete maybe some of the activities and stuff. Well, no, there's definitely like sometimes, especially, it also depends kind of on the time when you're doing it. For instance, yeah, as I kind of said there, weekend matchmaker is a thing. So on the weekends, it is usually worse. Especially if you are doing it, you know, if you can play on the afternoons of your region. Okay, this one. So, your menu at the bottom. Is that they'd likely just don't know how to start it, so we'll help them. Hopefully. Because at level 34, so maybe they just don't know at all. There we go. I found it. Using striking drones, I just watched them all. Extraction, that was glorious. Yeah, I can go like that sometimes.
Communication relay.
Because basically on heroic, what you need is kind of like 3 people to be well geared at the very least, and kind of be able to run around, get the objectives, and also do enough damage, especially. And there is a possibility you don't get that, and then it kind of sucks. At least on challenging, like 1 person is enough. And also it can help if you're already like one of those 3, basically, because you're counting in that as well.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Also, it depends on what countermeasures you get, because for instance here as well, we don't have good damage ones. We do get headshot one in a second.
System malfunctioning.
But that one's not that great. And the fire on the iron lung is kind of nice. It actually comes in kind of around that time when the hunter is about to run away. I find quite often. So I kind of like the iron lung quite a bit for that. This is weird to have a team this hesitant. It's kind of annoying that they took away the
Vital signs critical. Agent down.
the SHT, showing the SHT levels.
System reactivated.
There we go. Now everybody else has special ammo. Oh, yeah, we only got so turbine containment. Yeah, turbine containment.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go looking for the box right away. I think that I'm still surprised how few people actually kind of understand. Because if you're not aware, there's always every zone we enter, there is 3 of these boxes locations, and one of them will be filled. And
Shape tech detected.
what is going on with the matchmaker today? Why is the second activity activated? I'm kind of curious now. What is going on? Wait, which one is SHD even? Oh, they triggered that one, but then go in. What? What? Qu'est-ce qui est passé? Yeah, you do want to get those boxes because they do contain SHD requisition, also, of course, just loot. But there's always one per zone kind of thing.
Target neutralized.
Oh, I crafted some hardwired pieces, dropping that DNH drop thing. Also, I should have, looted these as jank, so we can intermittently donate them.
Area secure.
So I'll just donate my way through that, likely. I know, containment. Also, I go for those boxes just so it drops the loot on the ground and then everybody else kind of sees it. So even if they don't understand it, they'll just go get the loot and benefit. Okay, they move again. Oh, and hey there, Harley, and thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. A quick shout out here. And I hope you had a good stream, and yeah, welcome in, raiders. Hey there, Funky. What do it Thick and the Eiffel Tower have in common? They're both parasites. And I hope you're enjoying your break, Funky.
10 minutes to log out. Evacuate the facility.
And coming in hot with the dad jokes. And we can destroy that second server just from here. So here comes kind of like one of the downsides, as we were kind of talking earlier with, for instance, Sadist and Hero OD. Like, I have no extra damage against these guys. So normally I would use the Carnage, but then against these Warhounds, I might as well just use the Iron Lung.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
And a pretty quick clear.
Area secure.
Agent, you should be able to access the lab.
I should donate all this. Let's go to the lab. Oh, yeah. Hopefully they didn't have modifier on. Somebody left. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's a project objective. Never mind. Oh, I thought that was just for the activity here. That was giving me some... Steam seems very green. Hopefully they didn't have modifier on, that person that left, because otherwise we'll have frenzied enemies here, which will suck.
Priority objective available.
Named, I should work on that way. The new name backpack, it is overtrack. So what will be DSU 3 Emperor's Form attack team? Let's see what is there. Just to get over clock and like tag team with Oxy kind of works decent. I wouldn't say the backpack would be really something I would pick for or for that, just because if you need that overclock or the overcharge, like Acosta gets you that easier even.
Agent,
or just as easy.
Lab. I need you to stabilize the reactor.
Although you get the skill duration out of it, right? So it's probably not a bad idea. Especially Oxy does seem a decent choice to go with Shiny Monkey.
You're in. Now, just need to find and destroy those fuel valves.
The thing is, for instance, for myself, I set up my Oxy with either tech support or combined arms backpack, because that's also a lot of damage. Usually as well glass. Kind of depends on what you're using it for. Like if I'm going for like pretty high damage, so if we're using it against hunters, if we're using it against some capital farming or in incursion or something, that stuff dies quickly.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
Nice work on the valve.
Yeah, we have frenzied enemies now.
I need you to expose the reactor's core.
Although I don't get to actually bitch about that, because that's what I caused for that other team as well, but they were so bad that I'm kind of okay with it.
Good. Now, you just need to destroy
And
the
Frenzy isn't as bad as Stellite with last season. Or as deadly. Because Stellite enemies, heroic Stellite enemies last season were pretty chunky. Although here as well, heroic enemies with Frenzy would be pretty chunky. I should be back on this. It's weird seeing those DNH drops. I totally forgot that was a thing. For the... I know we could go for the objectives, but somebody's getting them, so it's kind of fine. Although we'll get this one. Haven't gotten the box yet, I think. I'll catch one. Oh, just finished the sounds and aspect of them. Okay. And yeah, enjoy your rest. And yeah, I get it as well. Post stream, just wanted to go and drop. But enjoy your rest, and thanks once again. Okay, no problem. Nice. Learn the exit at the beginning of incursion. I did it once. After with like 4 tries. Well, 4 resets basically, not like. But by now, I'm like, yeah, nah. Like, if you asked me to do it now, I would need like again 4 tries again. It's not hard. It's just you need to know the exact spot for it. And even when somebody else tells you it exactly, it's still kind of, you know, you kind of have to do it to get it. These companies video clips on the meta on today, so he posted meta. Just ignore them. That's the smart thing to do. There it is. Yeah. He has his right to say whatever he wants, but also we have the right to then go like, yeah, nah. Everybody burn now. That's why the Ironling is kind of a good CC'er for this.
System back online.
She really came for that swinger with the increased speed. Were his drones also frenzied and they were like moving super fast? Was that what's happening there? Because those drones were really doing.
Oh shit! They're on the flank. Pushing forward.
In general as well, any person that kind of speaks in those ways of just like, this is the new meta, I found a new meta, or just like, no, that's not how metas work at all. Because the meta is just a community consensus. That's at its core what it is. So when somebody tells you this is the meta, unless it is, you know, already just, for instance, Striker and stuff, you know, some of the better setups for it, yeah, they're the general meta. But that's not like one person deciding that or telling that. It's just, you know. And also, according to those kind of gits, it's everything's the best. Just ignore them. And it's sad that that works so well, calling everything the best. But that's also just human nature.
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there.
Donate.
Move to the extraction point.
Close extraction.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Maybe. Or is it north? I don't remember how the team spawned. Okay, I know it's north, so. So I should get there. Yeah. We'll leave that loot. Yeah, they didn't suffer. You just be gonna be honest. Their play isn't honesty. Like, if that's what you're going for, you don't do what they're doing.
Agent, stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
Yeah. A tank build, that is matter. Okay. Well,
System malfunctioning.
I mean, the thing is with the For some reason, I ended up on Patrick Wolf's YouTube channel for a second as well, and yeah, he has like in the last like 15 videos there is like 10 builds that are the best.
Agent down. Get out of there.
That guy double died. Nothing we could do for him.
Hostile hive detected. An agent
Those
needs
are revive
assistance.
hives. Team does not have the damage needed here, especially with frenzy. Although, no, we can crawl this way.
Agent is now group leader. System disrupted.
There.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
I was hoping this team would kind of break out that way, because we need to get our backs as well.
System back online. Hostile defender drone detected.
Giving the hostiles a defender drone is a bad idea. I need to watch out as well, because I'm still in weakened state.
System malfunctioning.
That was messy.
You see that?
System reactivated.
But yeah, doing stuff at frenzy there and stuff.
When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
Let's make sure to get all the dog tags. And then let's get out of this place.
Torres inbound on your location. Hold tight. She'll get you home.
Because these drops, I haven't seen these in like forever. These are DNH drops for crafting hardwired. I crafted some hardwired for the seeker in the journey and things. We've seen those again. Can we go through anyone?
Torres is in
Oh, you
position.
can just, like, if you don't want to see his videos, at least again pop up in your feed and stuff. You can just go. You can write, or there's like the dots. You click it and go. Don't recommend channel. And you won't see him again on that, at least. Off we go. And now we got 140 because we didn't get 4 hunters at the start. That video was not fun. Was it that bad? Oh yeah, tank builds, like I've done like some of the, at one point I forced myself to just do an heroic mission with like a full blue tank, like a raid tank basically. Although back then that was with Foundry.
Nice to see you, Agent.
Unlike nowadays. And that took like, I don't remember what mission it was, but it was like something easy, like Grand Washington Hotel or something. And I remember it taking me like an hour. And I was actually trying, to to the best of my abilities to like go fast, and yeah. The Heartbreaker here in content? No, I was running ongoing directive there. This is a group buff, and also it has decent enough self damage. OD can be really strong for Countdown, where it's buffing 7 other people.
Thanks for making the deal.
So I kind of lean to that, unless the team really has no damage, and I just swap to Striker. But also here I wanted to just run Exodus, and this build kind of could do that easily. What's that? We got a little bit into Exodus there. What is our level? 95 still. Oh well, 95 because 5 more levels to go. Let's see, actually, can we do some... Oh, this is actually going pretty fast. Yeah, let's go back to Tech Tank just so I can create... Yeah, because we can pulse and create blacklist enemies because we need a ton of this. Yeah, let's keep bashing away at this. Exotic item for open world thing. I'll take that. West Potomac. Yeah, sure. Let's go do that public. It's likely a name group here as well. That's why I was kind of looking for. I want something else, but not per se.
Civilians in danger.
Consider that if ARs and rifles are to be targeted in DZ, that has no bearing on the drop rate of the EB and Ravenous. Yeah, correct, indeed. They don't come from targeted source, so in the same way that, yeah, Bighorn as well in Summit, it doesn't matter if you're set to targeted ARs, that doesn't make a difference for Bighorn because it's not coming from targeted. What I'm doing here is very dumb. Dumpty dumpty dum dum dum. Okay, let's be aggressive. If we die, we die. All I was trying to do there is get everybody in front of me.
I got this.
But that meant going through half of that. Worked out in the end though.
My armor's for shit.
Incoming hostiles
But if a
detected.
sniper had kind of like caught me at the edge of it or something, no would have murdered me. Only half stacked. Let's actually maybe
Right here.
stack all the way to full.
Target is mobile. Lost him in. GP. I'll deal with that.
Who's this one? Oh, there. Over here, of course. That actually caused some slowdown on my system there. Landing, nice. Yeah, on this one I'm because our main account, yeah, we got it done pretty like in the first week, but there as well I did like 2 journeys back when that was also actually a thing you could do. Oh yeah, priority object. Two public executions. Actually, if we need to just do 2 public executions, let's go do them here, so we get the bounties out of them as well. We'll keep those. We don't have the correct version of these either. It rhymes out then. It's yeah. I'm gonna make a short again about actually that's in the list of shorts, right? I think. Actually, no, I've already made that already. But I might make it like a second one even. But yeah, the sourcing guide is kind of the video that is against that, but maybe we'll put it into things and stuff as well. The next one or something. The thing is, at least the underlying thinking of that one is kind of, you know, understandable. And normally things would come from targeted loot, so you would think, yeah, I set my target loot and then, or you know, we go into DZ when it's ARs. But yeah, turns out that, yeah, that's not true.
detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
One thing I would love for them to do, and that maybe for Division 3 or something, if we could actually, because that would also let us so much more easily check a bunch of stuff if we had an in-game way. So kind of like, if in the expertise, it kind of showed like where something is in. So with items that are like DZ items, it in the expertise like shows, you know, it's in the DZ loot pool, or it's in this pool, or that we can see specifically, you know, what is in the DZ pool and stuff like that. That way as well, things like, you know, for instance, the Catharsis, I'm pretty sure it's still broken. And you need to have the blueprint before it's actually in your targeted loot. You can still get them before that, but that means that you're getting it then from just full random, basically, as a drop, or more likely from an exotic cache, where it can drop, because that's not targeted loot either. That's just the exotic loot pool. Again, a different source. But then if like there's an in-game way of seeing those kind of things, we can already just check it like in-game, and like we don't need I don't need to make a guide for it, especially, and that saves me time, so go me. This public is not the best. Let's go for it anyway. Maybe we get to 2 territory controls after. Single rate, targets of victims, drop rates of raid weapons and easy. Yeah. The thing is though that annoyingly as well with that is because you will have people that go like then because this has happened already. They go like, oh no, but I farmed while it was targeted loot, and I got the Eagle Bearer or something, you know, AR was targeted loot and I got Eagle Bearer. The thing is though that they went in specifically a lot when it was targeted because they believed it was true. But then every screenshot ever with the Eagle Bearer, it is. And the way you can tell as well, like with these things where we can kind of verify it somewhat, is that all of the screenshots of the drops are always 2 targeted items. So that means that the Eagle Bear was then, or at the very least can be, the non-targeted. And the other item alongside of it was the actual target. It will mark targeted, even though if it's not coming from that source, just because if it's just matching the targeted, like if you get, you know, if you're in a zone and you're, you know, targeting ARs, for instance, and you just get a random 2 drop of an AR, it's not that you got 2 targeted, it was a normal drop, and then together with the targeted, but then it marks both of them because they are both of the target. Like it doesn't actually care what the source is, it just marks what the item is and if it's matching the target. But then also the thing is that anything that would be in targeted, there's only a DZ and an LZ targeted list, and with that one that would just increase the chances of getting that Eagle Bear quite a bit. But also we know from like just the data mining that is just not in there. Hear a marauder in the distance. Let's actually grab one. Let's see if it's any territory control or if it's I'll try. Yeah, these guys get to live. And here's, for instance, one of those moments where, yeah, indeed, having a memento can be annoying. Because I could go from the safe house, that's closer, but I'd lose my memento stacks. So I'll go from the mission, which is likely just as far as that classified. Although actually, no, I've killed one already. Yeah, the holiday hoarder, they've definitely disabled the items, which kind of sucks. But likely there will be an event around April Fools, because they were hinting at that, right? I'm not crazy. They were kind of talking about there being a April Fools thing. I mean, I am crazy, but that's not the reason. It's correlation, but not causation. Oh, and thank you so much. Oh, roasted peanuts again. For subscribing there. I had some issue identifying what that letter in between it was, but yeah, thank you so much, and we'll be sure to waste those on whatever apparel event they add in next week. Oh dear. Oh, hi.
Some cover.
I should be activating Vendetta a lot, actually. Still keep forgetting. Names group likely. What else would they be fighting here? Yeah, name. Should try to get the hyenas first. I'll actually try to not let the stand up. I want to kill you before it fades. I'm likely gonna spawn right next to you.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Have you got that?
Access key detected.
Do we still have neutral lighting on? It seems like way dark. I mean, well, still, I mean, no. Like, do I have neutral lighting? No. Okay. That spot seems like very dark. Because yeah, this is like normal, but oh, I think actually no. They wait. This is since the most recent patch, then, where it's kind of like the neutral lighting kind of thing, where it's like extra dark. Should try Coney and see if it's like extra dark in there. They've broken that like 5 times and then fixed it each after, which is kind of silly of a returning bug. That it is that. In there.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Exotic item. Because I should actually go for mission and stuff. 2 territory controls. Yeah, let's go do that. Double outcast ones as well, and we're pretty easy spawns. Because outcast is definitely the easiest faction to fight. Oh well, it's the fastest faction to fight once you kind of know what you're doing.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Hyenas are likely still easier because they just don't do much smart stuff. Oh, it's black. This no mind. If you're using the multi-missile launcher, that's the way to use it. You just mark some stuff, and then especially in the open world, just aim up, send them up into the sky, and then they come down on them anyways. And it can be quite effective that way. I need this mini tank bomb, so let's just take the time there.
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostiles guarding location.
Because like that, it is actually decently effective. It just weakens a bunch of the enemies. But also, for instance, here, if there was like a warhound, I would have instantly killed the warhound that way, and then you don't have to go chasing a mini gun one or something. It's weird that the mini tank drop floating a little. But I don't think I need resources now. The majority for 2 weeks again, that's some people prefer. They do too. The regular with it. It's not every way. I'll definitely say there are some things about Div 1 that Div 2 doesn't have. But nothing else as well. The thing is, like what it is for me as well, is just a vacation, kind of. It's close enough, but it's still different. If nothing else, just, you know, different missions, different places. One of the things I do like about Div 1 though is that because of that alt kind of thing, so basically the hive kind of moves to, or the revive hive kind of moves to that, you know, it's the survivor link.
Hostile control point detected.
It allows red builds to kind of run 2 skills, which I kind of wish we had a ways around in because you can kind of still have revive hive plus 2 skills. Or well, like the revive hive effect, just one free, one up.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
And then there's also, yeah, things like survival, because there is no real equivalent in Div 2 for people that are really into that mode. I'm like, what are we doing? This is what we're doing. Do-A, nice. Do-A I can do. Yeah, let's get Do-A in. This will likely put us at like 96. Although I might also just leave it there because I can't make it too late today. But I'll likely be able to stream tomorrow afternoon. But yeah,
this is a
don't
chance
mind
to
that
wipe out
issue.
the hyena leadership in one decisive
Actually,
blow.
as at
Get in there and
96 as
hunt them
well.
down. Every last one
Next
of them.
week on this account, what I can do is just, you know, the scout plus 3 SHG requisitions will be that. I don't like putting that sniper behind me, but my friends actually does shake it up a little bit. Because a lot of those enemies, like, you weaken them, and then if you let them escape, you have to now just kind of re-kill them almost. We're already halfway on the vendetta. Better maybe the character some. Is it? Don't remember much about that. Actually, having made one like recently, I found it. I remember finding it like limiting because it didn't like have a lot of the options and stuff. Mostly it just like has a few face because it doesn't have the face slider thing, right? I think it was the thing. But the thing is as well, like for instance, the reduction in or the change to recoil. Like there is, for instance, a lot of people that don't like the Division 2 method or the Division 2 way. Because I can definitely say, like, yeah, in Division 2 it's much more about muscle memory for recoil and stuff, and Div 1 is more active. But that's also likely an active choice that they made. But I can also see the other side of, like, you know, people that enjoyed that exactly, of just actively recoil compensating instead of it just letting it become muscle memory. A part of it is as well, there's just content tied to each one. Like that's like as well. Sometimes why, you know, you go back and play an older game that maybe just doesn't play as well as maybe one of their sequels and stuff. I remember, for instance, sometimes doing that with Assassin's Creed and stuff, and you go like, man, I miss all of these mechanics and stuff. But then of course they have their own things. Because for instance, that Amherst farming we kind of did towards the end of last night, I quite enjoyed that, and I wasn't too like just because of different tactics and stuff. That's different than. It also gives you a reason to kind of farm. In Div 2, we have no reason to farm DUA over and over again. Yeah, unless you're maybe like looking for Bighorn, but even then you would go summit. So. Let's remember Vendetta. What was actually the thing of? I've watched that movie so many times, but it's been so long as well. remember the 5th of November? Was it the 5th? The pressing T, treason, and plot. I can think of no reason why pressing T for Vendetta should be forgot. Hmm, 15 more right. Both, I would say. The thing is, yeah, I'm pretty sure like on the one you didn't have the sliders for the faces, so it just turned out, you know. Doesn't have to, you still have a little, like, because you have the sliders for faces, it actually... Not... Two people aren't exactly the same. And there were more faces. Whatever, me and maybe a boat are still up, and with the global events, like yeah, every global event, at least on this first run around, definitely I'm gonna jump on in there, and then
we're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker.
Try to, yeah. I have kind of the goal with each of them. Just the main goal is always with them. I should keep this one, even though it's expensive. Just to get the commendation, and then also reward tier 2 if I can. But they're getting all of the commendations done on each of them. Kind of enjoy that as well. Kind of gives me something to do in there. Because that's sometimes the thing with these games as well. Like, that's also why I'm kind of fine with stuff like the scouts and stuff. People go like, it's like useless and stuff. It's not. It's just, sometimes all I need in Division is just a thing to do. Hey, go do this thing. And I'll get the... Although, for instance, for today, just kind of grinding wise, we ran a lot of tech tank, but also, yeah, for instance, for a few missions we ran, or for a mission we ran on this Fury, just to, mix it up. I wish I had a Pestilence build here, actually. The annoying thing is, so Lengmo is gonna... There was actually 2 weeks of Lengmo, and I didn't make use of it. Although on this account as well, I would be okay without the chest. So just with...
Just another kill.
Instead of Foxes, with Lengmo there, and then with Sacrifice.
Everybody get yourselves ready. This situation is serious.
But yeah, I do need to get that together. I quite like the Pestilence build actually for solo. You kind of run a full red that has its own kind of support line through shooting enemies quite a bit. Oh yeah, actually I need to... One of the mistakes I still have in the SD thing, although it's not a mistake, it's just weirdly shown basically. I noticed it in editing again. Because it says like 1 times 100 stack. But yeah, Betsy's 50 stacks, of course. The thing is, though, that's supposed to be like 1 times 100% of a stack, or like, you know, a full stack. But I should just reward that to be 25 stack and a 50 stack. So that makes just as much sense. And let's do the tanky way of doing this fight. Where's that? Where did that go? So one of the things you can do with this fight, if you are running anything a little bit more tanky, because he can't shoot back here. So instead I run back here and murder everybody that spawns. And one of the things that isn't per se obvious is actually, so this guy, you could shoot him for quite a bit, but what you can much more easily do, each of these barrels does a ton of damage to him, so now he's basically almost dead already. And I'm gonna follow that up. Actually, can I Heartbreaker stack on this? I'm not sure. And we spawn him at our leisure, instantly kill him. And go from there.
What's going on down there?
But yeah, you can't shoot behind him, so you can just hide behind him.
Get to the arena now.
And also, so even these barrels, you can, well, that one you can shoot from the front. This one you can shoot like kind of the top from the front. But for instance, as an Eclipse, I just send the fire cam underneath it. As if I'm not Eclipse, I'll send a grenade that way. I'll just pop all 3 instead of sitting there and shooting that guy. Also, you don't need to spawn him until you like are ready. Like too many teams just go in and just insta spawn him. Although nowadays, of course, we have the damage to deal with that as well. But and I'm gonna use outer run to run straight.
Filters failing.
All the way here.
Air filter function restored. Air quality.
Yeah, solo we just get this way. It's kind of anticlimactic in comparison to the group one.
We got devils in our house and they mean to kill us all. Stand and fight. You hear me?
Oh yeah, I should.
Stand and fight.
I should Vendetta.
Was that you? Well, we got company. Tell me where to aim.
blow both of us up. Oh, because these guys had frenzy. Like, how did they get there so fast? But yeah, they're frenzy. You know what this fight needs on top of it? Sledge. Why not? Oh, that was just normal sledge.
Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray. I'll send teams to start securing the supplies and the equipment those bastards were hoarding. And I'll let Odessa know. The theater settlement will be
We're at 99.
easier now.
I was gonna actually stop here, but we should just get that last level, right? Let's just get that last level too and just completely be done. Really just by chance, I listened to a video around that time of the seasonal character drama. Once they viewers for them in hindsight, what is the name of me? It's like somewhere. Oh, thank you very much. I don't remember exactly what, but yeah, I remember kind of my standpoint around it, but anyhow, we'll sadly never see those. Although what I especially would have loved out of that, because it in the end turned into stash space, which, I mean, fine, but the 5th character slot, man, I would have loved that a lot for my main account. I'm still hopeful that at some point they go like, you know what, we'll just sell them that. $10 for that character slot if you want it, and then just the people that need it, well, don't need it, quotation marks, can just get that. Terms of measured on Lexington, pretty good. For me, measured and killer are basically the general, the two talents I swap between quite a bit. In this case, though, I'm, for instance, here running a Lexington. I just noticed there. Let's take the chat away. The Lexington I'm running is with a very rare skin. It's the invisible skin. The character is just... Is it always the case? Is it just never showing the main weapon there? Have I just not noticed that ever before? But yeah, here I'm running it with flatline because it kind of aligns with this build a little bit. Yeah, let's reroll actually. Yeah, let's just do this mission. That'll be enough. Earn space. You know what? Earn space is a good one to end on. And then the choice between them is especially kind of what you need out of it, because who's it here? This one usually I'm flipping between killer and measured. Especially for instance solo, where you have all the kills and stuff, killer makes a lot more sense. But then for some fights, killer of course needs the kill. So if you're going up against, you know, some bosses, some fights like that, measured will always kind of be active because it's just you know, on the weapon itself. Killer needs that kill. So even things like the initial hunters on like countdown or something. For instance, in countdown itself, I would just run measured because you're competing with 7 other people and stuff for kills. So let's actually take 2 directives here just for some extra XP. Yeah, let's get that 100.
The ramp to the parking garage looks
Wasn't
like
actually intending to go all the way to 100, but yeah, let's get that done. Get her done. So there is still, you know, I'm still gonna do the scouts on this account. I'll log in and do the weekly SHD things, but I was just standing on top. Nice of her.
One of ours is down. Keep hitting that cover. Linking now.
I mean, rocket launchers are always super annoying here. I think I did this mission earlier today already, but I didn't get that loot. Oh, I think I matchmade for it. That was it, right? Played a few hours this afternoon.
Shit, lost one. Come on.
Oh, I guess up there. I thought I'd already killed this one, but it's actually, what was the weekly? Ah, okay, it would have been. Yeah, that's too much. Could have gone for that, actually.
True Sun's munitions detected.
And then, yeah, actually to like get the rest of the good ones out there as well. Ranger is also pretty good, especially for instance for rifles and stuff. I kind of like Ranger. You have to be generally in 20-meter range. Basically, how you can see Ranger now is, you know, half the range becomes the.
We need to figure out what they're doing here. See if you can find any intel on their operation.
Okay. That means also, yeah, we've gotten the secret room and stuff. So
Seems like these guys are salvaging and repurposing anything they can from this place. They're crafty bastards. I'll give them that.
Scrub ammo here. Range is pretty good still. Fast hands can still also be pretty good. For SMGs, Unwavering is definitely a contender. LMGs, Frenzy. Actually, Sleipnir is like really good now. It's kind of messing around with it. And just even a high-end glass. Because of the reload being so much faster than it used to be. Sleipnir is perfect frenzy.
True Sun's reinforcements incoming.
Keep moving. We need to clear the next hole.
Because you don't have anything on the first mag, but then so it's not good. For instance, yeah, if you're just doing an territory control, but like if you're doing the boss fight in Title, where it's wave after wave, you can kind of keep it rolling. It's actually pretty good. I mean, Frenzy was always good. It just didn't feel good because you're like, if you were to use it just as a damage talent and you're just, you know, just unloading and reloading and then unloading again. The reloads were too long and stuff. Now though, especially the MG5 is just
radio intercepted.
pretty quick.
Division's on my 6! So cut through the planetarium. We've got to secure that ordnance.
To uncover some of their secrets. Earth, the third rock from the sun. Our home may not be the center of our universe, but so far it is the only planet that can support life as we know. In the vast reaches of space, it's irrational to think that our little planet is the only place capable of creating and sustaining life. We know that Mars once had vast oceans, that many of the elements found on Earth could only be created.
Another place where I love having an eclipse. At least, well, if done in teams, basically.
Dying star, light years.
I need to nail this.
Whoa, he's getting too close.
I don't know. Sometimes enemy have frenzy and then it doesn't show. I was trying to see if we had frenzy and then show because she was hitting pretty hard, but that was just normal, apparently. Yeah. Oh yeah, Vendetta.
position.
Once home to flowing water, as evidenced by these images.
Stagger them for a second and keep them all there. Kind of looking forward to tomorrow as well. We'll have SHD exposed. I also always like all the global events in Div 2.
Evidence of more recent water flows as well.
Also, they now actually also perform as kind of a change up just from the modifier. At least this season as well, going from last season, going from global events to modifier actually felt like a downgrade, except if it was reanimated or Hollywood or Guardians. Actually, I don't need to go there. I've looted them.
Mechanical components.
But this season, I mean, the global or the modifier is OP, kind of, but not to the same degree as last season. Although here as well, I don't have the very OP part, which is microwave coils yet, because it is actually interesting. I wonder if they knew up. I mean, they must have, right? They must have known up front. It should be kind of obvious which ones are the better picks. I feel MPT as it was already obvious that kind of the critical momentum Reaper scan plus microwave coils was kind of the obvious pick. Although maybe this was just obvious for me as I love Pulse already. But
recovery team, link up with them and you'll be done there.
But then they put it also on the final step of the journey, so. Although I'm still not sold on the journey being the source of the passives. I feel the priority objectives kind of actually was easier, but then also maybe with Frenzy being kind of tied to it. Because otherwise we just get the passives and not go up the journey, right, if you just want it.
Database hatch indicates designation LMR.
The bonuses without the dancing.
That would be the missile then. Please neutralize that fucking thing by any means necessary.
Am I? Okay.
Damn it. The salvage crew just ran into those reinforcements. They need backup.
Let's give this guy some dancing lessons. Did he do a moonwalk? He's doing a moonwalk. Another target. Huh. Game's being nice to me today.
True Sun's munitions factory is out of action and they lost a big stockpile of ordnance. Throw in the fact that the settlements can scavenge those workbenches and tools.
See how many exotic components they have now. That's not where we checked that. That's not where we checked that either. 196, okay. This account is actually getting up there again. Although I should, because this one's on 20. Should maybe take this one to 25 at some point. Same for, likely the Iron Lung also should be 25. Pesty should be 25. Yay! Priority objective complete. And now also the priority objectives. Wait, they're still showing season XP? What? Or are they still? I'm seasoned out this game. Let's claim all and get our final rewards there with Some caches, some premium credits. Oh yeah, we got some skins as well. 4 at the same time there. Yeah, let's go get cleaned up, and that'll likely be it for me. In the background already, let me go and look for somebody to raid in a minute on the Twitch end. And first we'll do some cleanup.
Priority objective available.
Actually, we'll we'll go with someone we haven't raided in a while. Just because we weren't in Div 2 for a while. And that I should take you in. 946, so not even 10.
Glad to see you, Agent.
So we got a bunch of refactor items as rewards. Not sure I'm gonna make a refactor set on this account. I might actually just get the pieces at least together.
Agent, I appreciate the business.
Let's donate all there. And deconstruct the rest. Then did I didn't go to the mailbox actually from that? I think some stuff did, then Oh, this is from end of mission rewards. Okay. I'm like, why would that come from the season track? But it didn't. That's the answer there. Those came from the mission completion rewards. They go there. Just the use of one of all the games I played follow the same season structure. I guess, yeah, I just haven't played too many. Because I'm guessing Siege and For Honor and stuff have similar. Although this, of course, the especially now that it's like this, you know, where it's just like one line and you just go down it. This is like every game. War Thunder, World of Tanks, all the MMOs, Call of Duty, you know, Destiny. The battle pass system kind of thing. Pull up on some of the... One thing that I am happy about always though, that for instance, yeah, other games don't do it that way.
Come on over and take a look.
Is that the important stuff, the exotics and such, aren't locked behind the paid track. You don't need to pay anything to get the exotics and a few caches and stuff like that. You only pay if you want the cosmetics and stuff.
I appreciate the trade. Here to check something out.
So that one refactor piece. And donate that. Although actually we haven't marked it as junk yet. Did I pick it up as junk? That was junk. Because I will slowly get that fixed up. Well, actually, I could definitely run refactor. That's not a hard set to proficiency up. But yeah, we got this account. Actually, we got way beyond my goal. And yeah, we got our season 100. Getting our patches and stuff done. Prestige gold. I didn't notice that renamed that to that. Which yeah, we'll round out our grinding of this evening. Yeah, in the background, let me go. Oh yeah, actually no, we already have someone in mind. We'll go raid Little Huge, as we haven't raided them in a while because we're away in Division 1 land, but they're doing Iron Horse. They're about to murder Morozova. I think they're on the last phase, or... Oh, no. Okay, so still a few phases to go. They're just gonna start it, actually. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll likely be able to play around in the afternoon, and what I want to do in the afternoon is actually just, double kind of run around with SHG Exposed, kind of get my bearings on it. In the evening, likely we'll record the only tips for it and get that uploaded. Although as well, if I'm not able to do it if I'm not able to stream in the afternoon, I'll likely make that video in that afternoon. And I'll likely go up on Wednesday, which is actually schedule-wise a day too early, but I'd rather have it go out a little early. And then, yeah, we have kind of the descent guide to work on. We have the weapon variants guide to work on. And yeah, starting tomorrow as well, at some point, we'll start jumping into some conflict, as I'm kind of looking forward to messing around with that. For now, let me check up, and if I missed any last things, I don't seem to have. So yeah, let's stop the yapping there. I'll send you guys and gals off to Little Huge and enjoy that. And I'll be back tomorrow, definitely in the evening. And as always, have a good night.